Tell that nigga Jesus. I said, please call my cell phone. I'ma whoop his ass.
I'm coast to coast with the vibes, cause niggas love to coast to the vibes. Got me chillin', blowing smoke to the sky. Plotting on paper, knowledge is sacred, learn to love in advance. If you ain't solid, I ain't touching your hand. I understand how cowards be shallow, sitting watching the shadows. To be the closest to you that grip the Glock with the barrel, aiming right at your vessel. They hate that the light is special. My dreams inflated, they irritated by my potential. I gotta watch for snakes, they slithering, watching flakes. That's why I move silent, stay godly and out the way. It's just me and my empress and the hustle relentless. And just because I forgave you don't mean I ever forget it. You tripping. People be tempted, but they lost me. Get off me. Religiously, you think that you can cross me. That's costly. Niggas tripping, this ain't your average. Cause I can feel your energy and see through all your tactics. You catfish. They showing love, but it won't last long. Cause nowadays, everybody got a mask on. 2 Faces. Soon as you make it, they gon' transform. Now tell them you ain't got no cash on. Watch them show you 2 Faces. Watch how you speak, don't get your crew wasted. Old tactics on new cases. Got them using 2 Faces. Every day they making new statements. I had your family on the news aching now because of 2 Faces. New deposits are triggering new disguises. Cause once they see you got it, they dying to utilize it. You trying not to show it, I know what you do for profit. So don't try it, newsflash, you can never fool a prophet. That's why my circle's small, dog, this balance is must. Plus I've been in situations that done damage my trust. Getting played or betrayed and I handled it tough. Left me with cuts, I had to bandage me up. Yeah. So now I see the world from a bird's eye view. I keep both eyes open and my third eye too. Cause there's too many obstacles trying to blur my view. As a child running wild, it's on the world I knew. Nah, that's why I'm low key, enemies on a short leash. I stay away from it if it ain't paper or more peace. I'd rather level up and focus on myself. Cause the moment you start reaching out for help, they gon' put you on the shelf. They showing love, but it won't last long. Cause nowadays everybody got a mask on. 2 Faces. Soon as you make it, they gon' transform. Now tell them you ain't got no cash on. Watch them show you 2 Faces. Watch how you speak, don't get your crew wasted. Old tactics on new cases. Got them using 2 Faces. Every day they making new statements. I had your family on the news aching all because of 2 Faces.
I got triggers on these niggas. No more nigga pins. If you fucking with the team, don't be switching up the scene. They believing in the lies. Why you never find niggas? That's why we call them bronze, aka the God killer. When we blaze through, shit is see-through like gray boots and everything. The browns get tight like a straight noose. All we did was give information in the hate room. Instead of showing love, they gave it all to a Jesus. What we doing with it? They fucking up the vision. You see, we stuck inside the matrix. Blame it on religion. Evil keep winning. Cause ain't nothing good when the love start to fade. When you dead or in prison. But this is for the gods. You already know the vibe. When he go live, shout out to the nigga Bronze. Fuck the Bible, don't believe in them lies. You tune into the live, hit the like and subscribe.
It's Bronze, Black Power God. About to scalp that nigga easy. Fuck that nigga easy. Triggers.
She tell me dangerous, you know I'm stressed. I'm only calling cause you know me best. She only want me if it's more or less. You gon' need more than details to say you heard of me. Baby, this the bedroom assassin. I leave murder scenes, mind blowing. I'ma give you more than just a great job. These late nights really got me digging like a graveyard. Different type of love. I could even smoke with it. Take a puff and blow it out and watch your soul float with it. The only question that I ask is tell me what you see now. Or have you ever made love on the weed cloud? Another mission done. I was worth you every minute. I hold you closer than my personal opinions. Like, girl, I'm missing you. Come and see me soon and let this vibe take us on that elevator to the moon. Like, make your way into my bed. We gon' take it there. So once you open up your legs, we gon' take it there. I take your breath away. You got a breath, I want you breathe, 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 breathe. I take your breath away. You got a breath, I want you breathe, breathe, breathe. She telling me to kill it, I'ma murder it again. The way I put it down, I got murderous intent. There's a murder in this bedroom. It's a murder in this bedroom. It's music for your body, let me turn it up to 10. I murdered you before, I'ma murder you again. There's a murder in this bedroom. It's a murder in this bedroom. She tell me dangerous, wear it out. Let me tell you how I wear it out. She won't be asking for my whereabouts. I'm one call away if you ever trying to find me. But I already killed you. Now you looking like a zombie, but you feel alive. Baby, I could do this on my off days. Put it on you good enough where you could barely walk straight. Say my name, say it right. It's the game, play it right. Kid Cudi with the kitty. In it every day and night. I turn you on in the heat of lust. I only learn with hands on, so it's only right we keep in touch. There ain't much to talk about. Baby, you'll be dead soon. Another murder been committed in this bedroom. Girl, I'm missing you. Come and see me soon and let this vibe take us on that elevator to the moon. Like, make your way into my bed. We gon' take it there. So once you open up your legs, we gon' take it there. I take your breath away. You got a breath, I want you breathe, 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 breathe. I take your breath away. You got a breath, I want you breathe, breathe, breathe. She telling me to kill it, I'ma murder it again. The way I put it down, I got murderous intent. There's a murder in this bedroom. There's a murder in this bedroom. It's music for your body, let me turn it up to 10. I murdered you before, I'ma murder you again. There's a murder in this bedroom. There's a murder in this bedroom.
Get her, man. Look. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100. Let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't tryna penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up needy, you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that real shit. Dog, you benefit to go on a dinner date. Now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about a time to meet, dog. We ain't tryna integrate. Nah. Man, we ain't tryna integrate. Was broke back then, now the youngest seeing different kick. We don't go off feelings, we just make sure that the business straight. And if you ain't an intellect, then you can't get a penetrate. Local need you, and I'm getting love all in different states. Gotta need you, if you ain't got scars, then you can't relate. Preach the niggas, I'm just trying to make sure that my people straight. Woke nigga in a sleep world, trying to keep awake. Man, I'm just trying to keep awake. Bodies dropping in my city, damn Perry, keep awake. How another black man, you're out, make it make sense. When the system got y'all niggas going through the same shit. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the kick. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100, let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't trying to penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up needy, you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that real shit, dog, you benefit to go on a dinner date. Now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about a time to meet, dog. We ain't tryna integrate. Say you shoot, push your resume. Let me see the proof. Drilling shit, where your gang at? Let me see your troops. Getting money, pull up stunting on them. Let me see your crew. Genocide, they pointing weapons at you. You don't even shoot. Real nigga, how you say you real? You don't love your peeps, family man. Rhyme, feed your family, nigga. Fuck the streets, sliding on each other when the government the enemy. If we come together, we got power, nigga, in the beef. For real, nigga, in the beef. You ain't getting money, ain't no reason to be in the streets. Striving to be legends, we ain't trying to be a memory. And now you ain't my nigga, you my Niji Aborigine. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100, let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't trying to penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up needy, you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that real shit, dog, you benefit to go on a dinner date. Now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about a time to meet, dog. We ain't trying to integrate. We ain't trying to integrate with none of y'all. Time to be what we call it.
Double C got that heat.
Guess my attitude got you walking out. I make you feel like a dot when I curse you out. You was telling me to stop, this ain't working out. So whatever love we got, it ain't worth it now. Ever since that argument, you've been on some other shit. I apologize, you tell me sorry, you ain't cutting it. I put in the room full of silence, anger cutting it. Got me thinking you ain't trying to talk, so it's fuck you then. I was caught up in my ways, way too deep in the shit, trying to put it back together, but the pieces don't fit. Deep down, I really love you. Please don't leave it like this. problem, let me tell you. So I guess I'm leaving this bitch. Now I'm hoping you could forgive me. Or somewhere down the line you finally tell me you miss me. Cause every time I reach out to you, you busy. See, like without you in it ain't gon' lie, it's been empty. Now I'm hoping you could forgive me. Or somewhere down the line you finally tell me you miss me. Cause every time I reach out to you, you busy. See, like without you in it ain't gon' lie, it's been empty. I remember how good it felt on the day you took me back. Everything started to make sense, ain't no looking back. So this time I'll be more grounded to the floor, and the connection that we built grew stronger than before. Yeah, I glow, living in your heart, slowly making time again. Just for you, I would tell a lie to see you smile again. I done changed, ain't the same nigga that was wildin' in. Left and right legs, the only places you could find me in. You and I built something strong, still holding on. When your head way in the sky, nothing is ever wrong. So one day something is off. What does your gut say? Caught a nigga fucking your best friend on your lunch break. Now I'm hoping you could forgive me. Or somewhere down the line you finally tell me you miss me. Cause every time I reach out to you, you busy. See, like without you in it ain't gon' lie, it's been empty. Now I'm hoping you could forgive me. Or somewhere down the line you finally tell me you miss me. Cause every time I reach out to you, you busy. See, like without you in it ain't gon' lie, it's been empty.
Hey, welcome everybody to 2Faces Book Smart Street Smarts edition. And shit, it's gonna be. I know we're gonna have a good build tonight. So basically, I just want to go by. Everybody was telling you like how you get your information and what books and stuff that you use when you tell people what the sources are, and they have a problem when you tell them that the source is you, but everybody wants to have these books, want to know where you, how you know all this information, this and that. But a lot of people sit there and they watch the news all day and listen to the lies that they say. So my question is, how the fuck you know what they're saying when they just read from a script? So if I'm giving you information, you shouldn't have to question where I get my info from if I'm telling you what's contained that can help you. But a lot of people just like still sleep at the wheel and they want to keep, especially our own. They always want to just put you in the corner and tell you that, oh, you don't, how you know this and how you don't know, you don't know what you're talking about. The same shit that it's always, but it's always gotta be somebody of a different race or something. And they'll sit back there and they get all attention to everything that they're saying and shit. It's just crazy though. But yeah, definitely welcome to everybody that's here. Glad y'all could make it out here tonight. But and I see this everywhere. And like I said, you see this I know everybody see this on social media when you're preaching your truth, and I know you see this when you're amongst your family doing the same thing. Just like how we told everybody about this fake pandemic shit, and everybody was still didn't believe what we were saying, and now it's that they're trying to cover up the all the truth that was said about it because everybody's waking up to it. But now they want to tell you that, oh, you can't say shit about it because the Homeland Security is trying to, shut people down for saying shit about it and this and that. It's just crazy, like how the lies can always surface, but they try to keep hiding it. But these motherfuckers could just do all the shit that they're doing, get themselves raises and all this type of shit, and that's they see it as being perfectly the right thing to do, but you can't go and say nothing. So they're trying to tell you, control you, being on YouTube, being on Facebook, being on Twitter, whatever else you use. They're always gonna try to shut you down for telling the truth. But if you go back to those days that how our ancestors were, there was always, they used to didn't really speak all the time, but we was using like telepathic communication amongst each other, and we was always able to give information that way. So they didn't always say that you had to have. I never seen too many books that was published to tell you that how to do certain things and how you learn stuff. We was just all from experience and just doing it. But like I said, today we got everybody wants to have, in that famous book they all want to use is that fucking Bible that's been written over and over. That's what they want to use that for everything for a source, but the shit is just a script. And that's why, shout out to the Empress Goddess for that slogan she said yesterday, which I like when she said that I am the way, the truth, the life, I am the God. But I added, I'm the way, the truth, the living God, and what the fuck do you want? That's my new slogan for that. But people just they hate to hear that because you are the source of everything. You're living your life. There's no other person that's controlling you. You're waking yourself up in the morning, in the rising. You know what I'm saying. You're the one that's manifesting this whole reality that you see and everything that you put out. You know what I'm saying? If it's going to be negative, you're going to have a negative day. You know what I'm saying? Everything is about what you're doing. And some people be like, oh, it's an ego thing. But I don't see it as being wrong that of loving yourself and doing for self because how could you expect any other people to do anything for you if you're not doing it for your own self and don't love yourself enough? You know, how could you have any expectations of others to do stuff for you like that? And that would make no sense to me. So, it's not an ego to say that I love myself and want the best for myself. And you know what I'm saying? That's what you have to do. And I just got, like I said, I want to make sure tonight we got some people that really are street smarts with their knowledge compared to the book smart. And you necessarily, when I say book smart, it necessarily mean that you got to be a nerd or whatever. But I mean, shout out to the cool nerds. That's what I am. But I just want to see like everybody. I know everybody comes with their own sources, and everybody is living their own testimony and what they're preaching on. So what I'm saying, that's just how it goes down. And it's never a right or wrong by expressing how you feel. So I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. Oh yeah, most definitely on flat motherfucking power. Salute, salute, salute. But I'm about to put the link in the chat. Anybody's invited to come on up, and we're gonna let's have a good debate on this because I mean this is something I been wanting to do, and I know from every panel everybody's on. We always having debates about certain things. Where's your sources and this and that. So this is definitely the bill for you to come through, tell your truth, and shit. You know how it is. So the link is in the chat. Everybody's welcome to come on up. And like I'll just play another track right quick. Oh, definitely shout out to my Naga DBD Music, aka Dangerous. And definitely shout out to my Naga King Azor. And shout out to and Ja Bricks.
We gon' do it. Royal. All of my niggas, they royal. All of my niggas, they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Wait, adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So the fiction crown, girl, you royal. Wait, royal. All of my niggas, they royal. All of my niggas, they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Wait, adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So the fiction crown, girl, you royal. Wait. Woo. I just had to catch my breath. I just had to stack my checks. Shorty got ass, got blessed. Damn. I just had to stack my chips. I just had to grab my grip. A lot of niggas mad I'm rich. I'm mad to smash they bitch. Pulled up in a max outfit. BLN on the logo, moving solo with the stick. Block jumping like a pogo, coming pull up on the strip. Told her pull up and get lit. So she pulled up and she stripped. Damn. I don't need all the attention. I just need all of the pension. Run the bill up like a piston. Wait. Told them what they didn't listen. Fuck it, I teach them a lesson. I ain't got time for this stressing. Damn dog, is you kidding me? You know that we aborigines. I don't give a fuck if you feeling me. As long as you watch how you grilling me. My knee G's making history. What are some diamonds at Tiffany's? She a carbon queen and she feeling me. So you know she matching my energy. Royal. All of my needs, they royal. All of my needs, they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Wait, adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you royal. Wait, royal. All of my needs, they royal. All of my needs, they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Wait, adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you royal. Wait, so to fix your crime, girl, you royal. You ain't got time for the low vibes. But you know I'm feeling your vibe. You a black woman, you go God. Hey. You can trust me, girl, I promise. My only choice to be honest. I feel like it's perfect timing. When we at your party, we getting it lit. Hitting YPs if I need me a fit. He got the sauce, yeah, he got the drip. We gon' keep grinding until we get rich. Smoking exotic, I need me a zip. My aborigines be with this shit. Rushing your shit and I call it a blitz. We tryna find us some money to split. Can't break bread, then you fake this. Free all my guys out the state pen. How you only wet yet? This weekend. She said she want me to eat it. Had to ice her out, now she blinging. Dying for what I believe in. Dropping new heat every season. Call me a vet cause I'm seasoned. Call me a vet cause I'm healing the dogs. Roll me a wood, I ain't talking a law. Brought me some land, about to buy me a mall. Stand up nigga so I cannot fall. Chasing clout, then I won't get involved. All that shit down, then I'm testing her jaws. Said you was lame, so she gave me the draw. Feeling like Rick Ross because I'm a boss. Royal. All of my needs, they royal. All of my needs, they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Wait, adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you royal. Wait, royal. All of my needs, they royal. All of my needs, they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Wait, adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you royal. Wait, royal.
Hey, we back. We got my Naga down the shooting on the panel. It was good.
What it do, Bronze?
Shit, you already know high vibrations.
Oh yeah, just rolling up, getting
Yeah,
off.
so I'm gonna ask you the question. So, what you consider yourself to be, book smart or street smart?
I would say I don't even consider myself smart. Like I know I learn from everything, so I don't know how smart that is, but I guess it would be somebody outside opinion that because I don't think I'm smart. I think I'm learning, but what would you call it? Like I don't know. I mean, because you hear me and what would you think? You think
I
I'm street
mean,
smart or book smart? Because that
I mean,
might surprise you.
if I could put it in a category, I kind of put you in between. I probably put you like in that book smart type of mentality, and I already know like I would put Drop and Mental Ninja. I already put them as street smarts, but and so and to the extent I gotta put OG as a street smarts too. But it's just that I don't know. It seems like a lot of stuff you spit, it'd be like it is kind of like a book smart related though.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is I never was a big reader of books. I've been more of a visual learner and just experience and shit. Like but I will read and check up on something, but I ain't never read over like 10 books in my lifetime. And that was like I had to do it for school, some shit like that. I ain't never like I wasn't diving into that shit.
Yeah, I hated that shit myself. And I was like, when I was in school, you know, I did it just to do it, but I really hated that shit because now when I started to realize all that shit was bullshit, I just really I hated that shit. But it was like if I was to speak my truth on certain things, it was like I was always, told to be quiet and stay in my place and can't say shit.
Right.
But if I'm living my experience, I mean, I am writing my own history book about me. And like nobody else can write shit about me but me because I am the source.
Right. And that's how I feel. I feel like life is like a movie. Like if you can go back and kind of relive the moments that you really learn from. I don't know if it's, I mean, if it can come from a book, it's more the experience than somebody else's story. And usually in books, it's somebody else's story. Salute,
Right.
Philly. What's up?
Salute OG. Yeah, I heard they was saying some shit about these Bible people, but he was like he read the Bible, and then it's like certain stories he read in that book. It sends shivers up his spine because he's so fucking scared. He's scared of it.
That's funny as shit. How you fear a book like that's crazy. And our old traditions was passing it down through word of mouth, and it was just like the campfire stories. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
They just took that shit and ran with it. Like after TV, man, I think they think everything they read is possible. I guess.
Right. Cause it's like a whole script of what they're reading when they're even on the news. Like I say, it's like they're straight off the teleprompter. So it's to inflict the fear and everything into the people. So everything you sit there, you tell people, that all this shit is bullshit. But as long as it's coming from the news, it's all good.
Right. Wiggly.
Man,
Just
salute
to
to the
do it.
guy.
What's up, Wiggly?
What's good, G? It's your boy BL Wiggler, aka the Melon Ninja Mutant, yo. They call me Wiggly in the game space, but y'all can refer to me as Mike if you want to. What's happening?
Yeah, on a high vibration, you consider yourself street smart or book smart.
Oh, let me see here, man. I want to
What's
make
good,
sure ain't
my
no
brother? Much
echo
respect.
behind the mic. It ain't no echo or anything, is it?
Are you good?
Yo, hello? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah,
we can
you
hear you.
good. You good, Wiggly.
My bad, man. I just want to make sure it wasn't an echo or anything. Street smart or book smart? That's an interesting question you asked, man. And when I was sitting here in the room just thinking about that, guys. I've been traversing so many planes out here in the world, man. And hell yeah, I done picked up books, man. And it's so much in books. So many gems in books. If you understand the basis of what this life really is and you start to pick up a book after your understanding of that, it's so many gems and so many books. It's so many great books. Oh my God. So many great books out here. But it's so many interesting stories and lessons that I've learned in the street too. Actually using some of the stuff that I learned in the books. Some of it be get your head knocked off because like that ain't how they roll for real. He was lying and I lost $50, And some of the stuff be real that I get out of the books and take to the street. And the street is amazing, man. So man, that one hard to answer because I'm so composed of all of it. I'm a mixture of both being a Libra, man. I guess I got you all on my scales. I got all of the information on my scales, and hell, I can't be but a mixture of both, man. Shit. I don't know, G. It's a hard one to answer. If I had to, if I had to lean, I can't lean because I just knew how to go home at the end of the night sometime and just, light up a candle, turn on a light, and read a book after everything we just did prior to me calming down reading this book. It's like a healthy balance. So, if I had to answer, man, I guess I'd say book smart. If I just had to answer, but I can't reference no comments in a book. Like I can't reference a whole lot of stuff because I read it, experience it, and move on. I guess I'd be street. I would be life smart. I would be life smart. I can't choose. Life smart. I'm life smart, existence smart. There I go.
Cause you know,
Yeah, 'cause
cause
That's
you know,
all I can
I
think.
know some, I know a lot of niggas that that would be that street smart. But the reason why they would say they're street smarts in a way, they say it from, talking about survival and all this other stuff. But, as they, got to a certain part of their life now that, they was able to awaken to what's going on. So it's kind of like they say they could use a mixture, what you were saying, they could use that mixture of the street tactics that they learn to, to help, help them along their journey along with the book smarts too. So it kind of like it does kind of go like a yin and a yang effect too, because it does give you that balance because you can always have that knowledge of how it is if you have to go back to that lifestyle compared to a year right now.
yeah,
Facts,
because
man. Because
if
I done
you
took.
all like one way and like the government come up with some bullshit, like they're gonna put you in that box. So you gotta kind of know both.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, I done made some bread off of self help books. I done changed my life. I destroyed drug addictions with books, man, and peace, like concepts from people. It's just a bouncing of someone's heart to your heart, but you just gotta make sure your heart not all smoky and nasty, so it can receive the light that's coming to the waters of your heart. I talked about that Sunday on the stream. So I like books, man.
They say
What's
when
good, fam?
oh, what's
Grand
up,
rising,
OG?
everybody. Much
Oh, gee,
love,
what's
much
good?
respect, everybody. I say,
Right, you
street smarts over book smarts because we live basically in the streets. Them books, you live in a fantasy world. Unfortunately, reality is a part of the streets. And my life experiences have shown me like they put a lot of shit in books that was lies, and I thought was the truth when I was 11 or 12. That turned out when I turned 40, I found out they were a lie. And like I said, we have to live in the streets. Reality ain't in no book. Reality is in the streets. So we better get more street smart and business minded than book minded or educational. Education only gonna work for you in the corporate world. I've been said fuck the corporate world because it's a lot of ass kissing in the corporate world also. So if you're a good ass kisser, then go over to the corporate world. But if you ain't a good ass kisser, you better stay in that that street world or that public world. You don't got to kiss as much ass. You may still have to kiss some ass, but not like corporate America. But I never really wanted to be a part of corporate America. I wanted to learn business. That was the most important thing for me: business and health, and third, law. You know what I
Lord,
mean? To me, my health is more important than any business or learning about my health is more important than any book that I can read. Because that's the one gonna keep me here longer than the average. You know what I mean? So much respect to everybody. Grand Rising. Much love to everybody.
Much love. Hey, I just wanted to say this real quick. That's my nickname on the screen right now. It's funny that came up. Everybody in my family call me Mike Mike. But OG, I wanted to ask you a question about that.
Yes, sir.
You said books in the street. You'd rather go with the street than the book. Uh, do you think that there are some people who actually care about the ongoing process and strengthening of humanity? So they may have sat down and transitioned or transferred their experiences and ideas from their real knowledge to a written manuscript to a published book so that somebody else could probably experience through them, you know, that rather than having to learn it, the hard way outside. Do you think that that could happen?
The answer is yes, but I would say like 2% out of 100. The,
Ooh, yeah, yeah. I probably
the
would agree
rest
too.
is
I probably would agree.
cartoons and superheroes and myth and lies and you know.
Mhm.
You gotta remember, publishing a book is business. Also, it's a business.
and
I
and
would give. Go
and
ahead.
they kind of monetize the information. It's not like a free financial literacy and all that stuff that in books that can really help us. You know what I mean? They kind of cornered the market on that.
There are books that are created, and I wish I could think of one, but I just know, I just gotta know this because people got libraries and some of these high end super real estate homes or the private elite. There are probably books about the conquests of great men who have healed people from the beginning of their time to their death. And we don't get to see those books right now. But if I could think about the extraordinary of the human brain and my little peasant, dope head behind could think of something that grandeur, I would think that somebody who is mighty in all their brain, might, and power are thinking of great things and transferring them to manuscript. I would probably give it 5%. OG, I give it five because I'm bet you some books out
Okay,
here
shit, that's
that
that's
you
a
could.
reasonable number, brother. I'm with you. It ain't
Yeah,
that high though.
it ain't that high. We can
I'm
agree
with
with
you,
that.
bro. I'm with you. Then I go with the 5%. I'm a fair man.
Isn't that like what they say? Look, isn't that like what they say about the 5% nation? 85 lost, 10% know it but won't help, 5% know it and help.
Like I
If
said,
that's
I'm with that
the,
man. I go with the 5 with you, brother. I ain't hard to get.
it's funny that connect right there. We just did that because that's what the 5% nation is, and if that's the macro, the 5% nation, the micro within the book world would probably be that too. 5% of books. 5% of books is the real right to help you. 10% are the right ones, but they got a whole bunch of twisted stuff in there in the middle, and then the rest of the 85 is just lived done blind and lost. Facts.
Yep.
Man, I'm with you,
Amazing.
but I still take street life.
So yeah, we'll take street smart. I'm with
Street
OG. You
smart
take a street
over
smart.
book smart. Book smarts ain't gonna get you very far. They might, like I
Yeah.
said, they might get you far in the corporate world, but in reality, you ain't going far. That's why we say we got a lot of smart people that don't even have that don't even know what common sense is because they
Lord,
too
help.
caught up in the books.
Good
And I
God
rest it
Almighty.
there.
Mm, ain't nothing but the truth right there, family. I'm going with OG. I would go street smart. If I'm gonna say life smart, then I would that include street. So yeah, I'd say street
Yeah,
smart.
that's what I street life happens in the streets, right? Not in a book. That's why I said them two,
Facts.
brother.
Comment say a good combination of both is good to me. You never know what situation you'll run into. Facts, man. And I ain't gonna lie, this little 48 law book, what it is here, the 48 laws of power. It do
I remember
be
that.
it it is all right. I done use some of this stuff, but it didn't cause. I probably didn't finesse it right because it didn't cause some turmoil to be like, nigga, I see what you doing, and yeah, it probably didn't work. Gotta tune it up now that I'm introduced to it. Got to tune up my way of approaching these laws of power. But like he said, I guess I would learn that from streets and actually dealing with people. It's really a street thing, yeah.
Can y'all hear me better now?
Yeah, you good.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
sir.
much better, brother.
All right, sorry about that, y'all.
So yeah, is anybody else? I don't know how you can see the chat in the YouTube on this stuff on the
Yeah, I can see it on up.
Then you
am I
gotta have
still
two
live?
separate devices.
Or you could just go hit the chat and then go to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the bomb mom 8187 say both. I'm both, yeah. Facts. With the songs and symphonies. Yeah, man, life is amazing, man. I don't know about how y'all feel about it, but life is amazing, man. And I'm glad that people have recorded their adventures of the wilds out here on the plain, man. I think that's an amazing thing. And I do like people's far-fetched minds of whimsical and jolly, excursions and documenting that. I didn't mind the Harry Potter type of shits and I never read one of those. Goosebumps. Yeah, the goosebumps.
And real quick, I want to talk about how they mix TV and books in together to really mess with our uh sense of imagination. You know, Hollywood and books go together. And we've seen the damages that the TV has done to our people. I'm
Mm-hmm.
one. You know, a lot of our people try to portray TV as real, but it's not. They're professional actors that get paid millions to do a job, and it's any job just like any other job. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? So books and TV has fucked our people minds up, and religion. We
yeah, it
lost our
gotta.
sense of. I say this, and I'm gonna give it to you, my brother. I feel like it took away part of our sense of imagination. Y'all got me.
What it did is, it desensitized us to the violence that they put in our face. Like they show so much, and even the games is geared towards violence, kill, shoot 'em up, and even the kid games, like all the like Minecraft. I mean, they got some crazy like tie people down and torture. Like they making it like it's okay to just kind of do any and everything, and they reinforcing it with the visuals. So I agree with you, OG.
And see, my other problem I have is like how you go to these schools and stuff, and how the teachers, they go to school for all this bullshit, but as soon as they get into the schools, and it's like they got to go on a certain curriculum to teach these children, but they can't go thinking outside the box. Now I know I already know. Honestly, if I was a teacher, it would have been fired me because just the first day of school, I'm gonna tell the children keeping it real. I'm gonna be like, first of all, y'all gonna throw these books away, and we about to learn about self. Fuck all this rhetoric bullshit they're trying to teach you. So you're gonna learn about yourself, and your homework is learning about yourself, knowing more yourself. Sit there and talk with your granny, learn about your history. Learn about yourself.
I think that once we understand the deep mechanic of the human being, I think we can take books and use them as like this mighty axe, this little character I'm looking at is holding in his hand and slice through a lot of different situations in life, man. Even this book, I don't know if y'all read a book called The Alchemist. Have you ever read that book? Will Smith recommended it. No? Anybody ever read that?
Do you know what alchemy means?
Yeah, on the surface level, I'm sure it goes, witchcraft deep. But hello?
Go ahead, brother.
Shit, we're letting you talk.
Yeah,
No,
you
I'm I'm
good?
I'm, I'm asking. I'm asking. Has anybody ever read it?
Nah, not me.
No. Okay.
I
No.
It's
haven't
a
either.
wonderful experience. If you read it, it's a very, very fun experience. And I'm surprised because I would think a lot of people in this space that be on that journey of the mind, that be on that journey of reality and truth. I would think a lot of people in this space have read that book. Y'all should read it. It's an amazing. I found out about it through an algorithm of this space. You know, through some real shit Will Smith was saying. You should read it, and it has a very good story about being in pretty much how we live life. We in the street, we in the world, and we all out here and really don't know everything we should know to traverse this plane and be powerful, coming up as a youngster or whatnot. But we have this valuable thing. He's a herdsman. He mean a shepherd. He's a shepherd. And he know how to hustle sheeps and move sheep around to make money. But he wanted to go and find something more meaningful to him. And it was like, should he get lost in this, stagnant 9 to 5 type of lifestyle, or should I traverse the world and see something more? And while he was out, things happened, challenges happened, mirages happened that messed with his mind. He had this woman on his mind. And a lot of us now, you see the spaces over on the black manosphere in the black world, black dating world space, all this tripping about love and stuff like that. You could get caught up in that, and he had to deal with mirages and coming armies and all type of shit like that. It's a thorough story, but in the end, I think he ended up going back to what he originally loved and taking that and becoming a very wealthy man. I believe that's how it ended. Might have been a little high at the end when I was reading it, but you should read that book. It's a very, very good book. And I wouldn't have been able to, well, I would have been, I guess, but I wouldn't have been able to go deeper in my risk and imagination to be able to fulfill and bring to fruition some of the stuff that's going on in my life now. If I don't come across those stories, because when I'm sitting around with my homies, I mean, no slight to my friends, but we don't be talking about you know, no imaginative wild shit. We be talking about some bitch, this bitch, that whole, let me see your pussy. You know what I'm saying? Smoke this, smoke that. Sometimes we be on some bread, I guess, but it don't be no real wide open mind type of thinking shit. And books help you take it there, especially when you connect with another heart that does the same thing. Man, you could go distances. Not to say you can't do that with not reading books and staying in the street, but most of people who actually run and manage and do and excel, a lot of those people do record document with pen and they read. A lot of people like that. That's just the dominant value. I mean, the dominant swing that way. I guess the dominant way of influence. But it's still we're in a magnetic, magical, electrical universe. So any fucking body can hit big. That big girl off of what's that big girl, the big white girl, the big baby honey drop. You seen that big white girl? She got rich just by being fat and big. So I mean, you can live your life, huh?
I can't remember her name. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? You can live your Fam, you can have anything. That's what I talk about at the State of Being. That's what I talk about over the State of Being. Shameless plug. That's what I talk about at the State of Being. About none of this stuff really matters, man. It's all glass mirror holograms. It's all whispering trails of dominant thoughts, ideas, influences, and shit you think on most of the time. You just look around your area, and your area is sprouting out what you think on most of the time. And it's sprouting out your heart. You want to change that shit? Do it. Books sometimes, since we unfortunate to not have some of the sprawling experiences that other people get to have by ease on this planet, books sometimes take us to some of those fanatical escapades, and maybe just for one moment we can do so much as the equivalent of scroll up and down and watch somebody in they lavishness and slumber of great cotton balls and gym soap. Maybe we could experience that from a nice read from a book. You know what I'm saying? Same thing. That's why I love books. You feel me? I'm not gonna ever burn the books. Don't burn the books. What the hell wrong with you? Or are you gonna burn those books? They tried to burn photo books. Some of my peoples tried to just throw the photo albums away. Like fuck all that. You know, like what the fuck? Like wait, hold up. I said, say, all right, everybody up in here tripping. Y'all trying to get all what y'all think. Cause my granny died. And everybody was trying to rummage through her. My grandmama was a hoarder. She had a whole lot of shit. Everybody got the guns, the nice clothes, the shoes, the jewels, whatever was there. They was just everybody. The main people were hurt, so they didn't care what material you took. And the maggots and termites took advantage of the hurting hearts, and they just rummaged to that bitch. But they got to the pictures, and they said, "Oh, we're gonna throw those out. Just throw those out. We won't even." Oh, Lord help. I got all of their pictures. Customer, I got all them pictures. What the fuck wrong with y'all? This is the main thing you need to be goddamn keeping. The photo book.
Facts.
What the fuck is wrong with y'all? I said, don't worry about it, because see, I'm not gonna start none with none of you motherfuckers up here. Give me them damn photos here. And I got all my photos, a jumpsuit that my granny used to sell back in the day. Got that just in case I get some red Jordans in my life. And I dipped on out the yard and rode on down the highway. And that's what I'm saying. Books of all sorts got all type of stories, and you should read them because, man, they fun. It's like a movie. You watch hold on. Have y'all ever watched a movie before?
That's funny, bro. Cool.
I'm just asking, have you ever watched a movie? I mean, I'm pretty sure you watched the movie. That's probably a stupid question. It probably should be rhetorical. Let me go ahead and paint a rhetorical. All right, my bad. It'll be rhetorical. But if you ever watched the movie, my God, you would love a book. If you sit somewhere quiet and don't let nobody interrupt you and just sit there and read it, man, you'll be like, if you can crack past the first 2 chapters of somebody else's mind, man, look, you'll be like, I read a book about a crazy office woman. It turned out to be some sadistic turning into a dragon with a cat head type of shit. It was fucking crazy, but it was amazing, you know, and you should read books. So I'm going to shut up.
Yeah, something is like food to your mind.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say the only book I'm gonna burn is like me and OG would say we burn the Bibles. But anything else,
just don't pay attention to the crazy stuff of it, but don't burn the motherfucker, because then you're gonna burn Matthew 6, 19 through 35.
I turned into ash, bro. I did that shit on live stream. I burned the Quran. Jesus. That shit ain't worth keeping, man. It's mythology. It has did nothing for our people, brother.
Oh my God.
We want to separate that from the church. No, all that shit, the same evil shit that's been fucking our people, along with the government.
So but what about Matthew 9? What about Matthew 6, 19 through 35? What about that scripture?
I don't read none of them, brother. My brother was a homosexual and a preacher. You know what I mean? I see no
Yeah.
good in Christianity or that book.
That's just because those people have the water is oily and it's so nasty and they
Man,
got a nasty
I'd
vibration.
rather deal with books that's real life situations, not no mythical shit, man. The
That
mythical is
is.
what got our people fucked up. Why we can't stand firm on nothing because we got a mythical mindset. I would
I
say
agree.
over half the population believe a visible entity is going to come save them. That's a problem, brother. That's from that
Yeah, we need
fucking
to tell
Bible,
them not
man.
that part though. We need to
That's
tell
from
them,
that.
hey, not
That's
that
from that
part.
Bible, man. You know,
Yeah.
the worst thing we could ever do is pass that on to our next generation. Burn that shit and don't teach it to the next generation. And I'm standing strong on that, bro. You got
Well, you gotta rip that one page out, OG. Then rip the page I'm talking about out there, and just keep that, and don't tell nobody it was Jesus that said it. Just don't just make it as a
bro.
haiku or some shit.
I'm
A
telling my
poem.
people to burn that shit and stop teaching it to the next generation, man. That's what I'm
Man,
telling my people.
Matthew 6:19 through 35 changed my life, fam. I was a drug addict, folks. I'm saying I was crippled on the trap house floor in West Dallas. A bunch of big, mean black men. They was
I feel your same story, brother.
yeah.
I was
And when
hooked
I
too,
read this
but guess who
book,
got me out of that? Me,
myself, yeah.
me,
But
making a
me went
hold
to
on, bro.
this.
Dig this, making a conscious decision that I wanted to better my life, that I deserved better. That's who saved me. Me wanting change. I ain't giving no book, no writing. You wanted the better. That's why you got your fucking life together. Like I said, my teenage hood, I was hooked on drugs, man. I ain't touched that shit in 30 plus years, man. I made a conscious decision. Nobody the fuck else. And I talk about this all the time. I ain't giving
Man,
no
fam,
book. I ain't giving no invisible source. I ain't giving nobody credit except for the person that deserves it.
I
My
can't let
mother,
nobody
my
pass this one
family.
though,
I
OG.
wanted better because my mom, I didn't want my mom to, have to say her son was, hooked on drugs or weak or crackhead.
Mm.
So family helped me get myself together. My mother, my sister, I wanted all of them to be proud of me. So I got myself together off of drugs.
Mm.
Yep.
For the love of
I
self and the
agree.
love of family.
I agree.
I
I
got the
did the
same
same
story,
thing.
brother. Like I said, I was hooked on drugs when I was a teen to
Me
up
too.
to about 2021. Homeless,
Yeah.
penniless. Talking about living in fucking shelters, parks.
Yeah.
Because of that shit, because they put it in my, and that's what made me go in the military. Because I was going to either become a crackhead or I was going to do 5 to 10 for robbing somebody.
Yeah.
And I made the choice. I said, fuck that. I want change. I went and joined the military, went over Europe. Seen some shit I would never have seen.
Yeah.
But you got it, brother.
Nah, I agree with you. I agree with you. I was the same way. I was a pill head. Pill, weed, and alcohol just will just black out for days and wake up in somebody's studio trying to rap and fall out on the mic. Just I was a fucked up person at the time, and I'm telling you, it took what was a bane on my life. It also took a piece of that to grow me through the concrete, grow that beautiful cactus through the concrete. And I'm telling you, I will burn that book. I am with you. Burn that freaking book. But you might want to take out the commandments, the beatitudes, in this book. Just take these out because they come from the teachers. Some of them, like he said, come from the teachers of a minimum. Proverbs. They come from the teachers of a minimum. Some of this stuff it's reproduced stuff. And this verse changed my life, man. This verse, right? I'm telling you, this verse fucking gave me gave me a piece of strength I needed in the darkest hour, brother, to get to that next point. when it changed my mind from what I value and what I seen, it almost turned on that ability to create inside of me that I didn't know how that was there, or I didn't know how to use if I did know. And I just don't want to I just don't want to just burn all of this shit. Just burn all of the green dragon shit and sleep with your daughters and lambs shit. Burn all of that. But don't throw the Beatitudes away. Do not throw the fucking commandments away. And do not throw this fucking verse 6:19 through 35. If y'all in chat, y'all on stream, read that shit and X Jesus out the thing. Just put a person there and a brain. Just think about a brain, a heart, and a body of flesh. That's it. Don't worry about God and Jesus. When you come across the word God, think about the ever producing planet that you own. This plane that you own creates, recreates, and it will supplicate itself. So when you see the word God, that's what you're supposed to think of. Create, recreate, supplicate. That's what this plane do. When you see the word money, think about everything after God. The thing that people trying to sell to you, thing that is going to perish and stuff. When you see them two words, and then read that verse.
You talk about a bunch of motherfuckers. Go ahead, Brian. A bunch of putting aside and shit. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, because you have to do that. People, like, I'm telling you, I really love what Sanchez is doing. I really love what he's doing because he amplified, he tuned, kind of turned some tune dials for me to be able to start seeing why things are. It's not so much as, especially if you, like I said, if you understand the being, if you understand the being and what the being is, and then you come across some shit like this, you'll know how to fine tune it to power your beam that come out of your, folks say your pineal gland. I just say the center of your mind and your heart, the heart field. It'll make you strong, fam. And you keep moving on. And life is good. Amazing.
Can y'all hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
You good?
Loud and clear.
Hey, piece
Yeah,
of
you
God.
good.
You got what you want to know? You gonna be book smart or you street smart?
Smoke signal, what it do?
What's going on? Salute, salute to the
Salute,
panel, to the
salute.
chat,
What's
to the
good,
channel.
Smoke?
Yeah,
I'm yeah, I lean toward the street. That's where I'm active at. You know, I've been to school, so a nigga know how to read and everything, but books tend to be very disappointing. Now we got this whole paradigm of word spells. Like, man, come the fuck on. Burn that shit. We can get rid of all the spells. You know what I'm saying? Get rid of all the fucking word spells. Burn them senseless ass books. All of them. Cat in the Hat, Dr. Seuss, all that shit. I'm talking about everything. The dictionary, because nigga ain't gonna agree to what the words mean. In the first place, niggas not finna agree to what the words mean no more. Nigga used to agree to what words mean. Now everybody interpreting the word and internalizing the words and making it their own word. And so we'll never be able to reach the agreement with these written accounts. But the streets, that's concrete. It's solid. It's liquid. It's air. It's tangible. It's right there. You can make use out of it. So, that's my feeling.
Yeah, I agree. That karma in the streets, like you can't be no fuck nigga on the street, but on YouTube you can just act like you acting. You know, it's crazy.
And that's why they got books by sections: nonfiction, fiction, horror. You know what I mean? Suspense. Because you can get
Keep you
mixed
locked
up in
in.
some bullshit
Right,
reading
because
books.
you're supposed to use them to traverse different mindsets, but you're not supposed to make them canon into your path, your life. You just use them to traverse mindsets and pull out the good stuff that you find.
Yeah, but
So
sometimes like people got bad intentions, right? And if you like don't know that and you reading it and feeling it at the time, it can lead you to do some dumb shit.
Well, what is your intention?
I was gonna say, real quick, this country is divided because half the country believe what's in books, and the other half believe with reality. You see what I'm saying? That's why the country divided with this pandemic and all this shit. We got some people who haven't got updated information in their processor in a long time because they ain't been using their brains and they just regurgitating the same information that was passed down in them books to our people, and our people is living in you know outer space rather than in the streets. And I'll land there like my brother Smoke Signal said.
right, and we also got to assert that it doesn't take a written word to traverse minds because mindsets can traverse mindsets. Now we're not willing to admit that life was life was thriving before the implementation of the written word, then I think we'll be selling ourselves short. It seems apparent to me that since the implementation of the written word, life has become a lot more convoluted. Would you agree?
I would agree with you on that basis, but I have two questions. Um, One, you said life you can traverse mindsets by other mindsets. Can you explain that to me? What you mean by that?
Well, just like you can traverse mindsets through the written word, you got to be willing to admit that those words that were written came out of someone's mind. So if I can write something in a book to traverse your mind, certainly I can utter those same words to traverse your mind. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't on that. What I would say, because you have the positioning wrong. You see, that's why I say you got to understand what the human is, what the whole human is, what this thing is doing. If you understand what this thing is doing, you choose to go through that portal, a book, to into someone else's mindset. They didn't ask you to come. They didn't force you to pick this book up. You chose to go there. Whatever influenced you, you chose to go through that portal. You open that portal and you read it. And it's a wonderful experience for that 1 2 hour read or whatever, a 2 3 4 day read, whatever. It's a wonderful experience. You come out of that portal and you choose what to do next. What's the
I'm
problem?
with you, my brother. I choose
And
not
that
to
leads
go
me
in
to
that
this,
portal. Go ahead. You
and that
keep
leads
going
me
in
to
that
this,
portal. I choose not to. Go ahead.
and that leads me to my second question. Uh, have you ever been given a story from one of your uncles or grandmothers or father or sister or somebody, they told you a crazy story that was wild, but you learned something from it? Has that ever happened to you?
Not that I can, not that I can recall, maybe vaguely. So I wouldn't say it was so fundamental that I could remember, an oral report from anyone like that. Now I have heard stories from different individuals, but hell, my story is so fundamental that I can't focus on their story and forget about mine. Hell, I got the ultimate story. I land right there.
Wow, that's amazing. I think that might be. I feel people were here. I think that might be a slight to them. They might feel bad about what you just said. I think so. Cause they'll be like, "Man, we did talk one night, man," and you be like, "Yeah, you feel me." And I think that's kind of a little. You don't think that's Uh, I don't think. I think that's a little light basketed there. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
Because I'm
yeah,
pretty
you
sure
entitled.
somebody has shared something with you in your life, and it was inspirational to you, and you was like, you know what, I might use that.
You know, I currently find myself in high spirits, and for the life of me, I can't adjust to any unnecessary complications. See, when we're dealing with street smarts and book smarts, street smarts are what you develop from mere experiences, and book smarts or or what you learn from other people's experiences, but you have to trust that those are actual experience that you're learning. Yours don't have to be questioned. You know that it actually exists because you actually experienced it. I'll land right there and let you meditate on that.
Amazing. Now, I would just reference back to books, movies are equal to me in tandem. One movie comes to mind that everyone knows, the great, amazing Spider-Man himself. I think he said a quote in that story that has reverberated through time and has helped somebody. With great power comes great responsibility. And I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that, you know what, just as good as Sanchez or you, OG, because OG said some real shit before. OG actually posts his smoothie shit. That's his storybook of showing you how to go through that portal. That's his storybook of that. Now, what's wrong with him taking that and recording it on a piece of paper and giving it to you and you reading it? That's You're not gonna do the homie like that. You're not gonna do it like that. So just by those 2 points, OG and the Spider-Man comment, I think books are useful, fun, and a good thing to do.
Yeah, you made a very crucial point right there, and that's acceptable because
Thank you.
I've had a chance to interact with OG, so I would trust the narrative that he's inserting if he was to, write some material down. But these other jokers, I have no character reference on them. I don't know who wrote the book of Genesis. I don't know who wrote Revelation. I don't know who wrote Proverbs. I don't know what they were into in those instances. I land right there.
Yeah. Yeah, they could go deeper,
Peace and
man.
Hey,
love to
That
hey,
could
y'all.
slick,
that could
Peace
be
hey,
a
and
hey,
deep
love,
slick, you
y'all.
conversation.
slick,
I
man. You's
appreciate
a
that
slick
exchange.
dude, boy. I appreciate you though, my brother. Slick.
Peace and love, y'all. Peace and love.
What's up, Stunner Rashad?
What's good, my brother? Much love to
Look
you and the
good. My
family,
Going
my
man.
down,
bad,
G.
OG. I missed the call earlier. My bad. But
It's
I
all
kind of
good. I
figured
knew
what
your
it was
ass was
about.
asleep. It's all good, fam.
Yeah, I kind of figured what it was about, though.
You already know, bro. You already know.
Yeah,
Appreciate you. What's
yeah.
good, Greedy? My other
Greedy.
knock.
Yeah.
Hey,
All my
greedy people.
knockers
What's
on the
good?
panel.
He said, "God, greeter."
Peace, peace, salutes. Just tapping in with the brother Bronze and shit, man. Bronze, stay showing the brother love and shit, man. I finally caught one of your streams live and shit. So let me hit the link, tap in and shit. But yeah, I'm rolling up a good convo, y'all. Good bill. I'm rolling up.
They want to ask y'all
Thanks.
either consider yourself street smarts or book smarts.
I'm a little bit of both, but I mean, damn, yes, yeah. I would lean towards my experience have taught me more. So I guess, yeah, the streets, my living experience. But all books ain't bad. I think it's just these damn religious books and shit give it a bad name and shit. Like someone could write a book and shit on how to install something and shit. You could have a instruction
Yeah.
book or pamphlet or anything and shit. Like all books, and you can write a book about your life and shit. You know what I'm saying? You can write your own. A book is a book and shit. But I think it's just when it comes to like the system that gave that shit a bad name, the fucking government and shit, bro, with these lies and shit, man,
Yeah.
all this deception and all that religion and shit, man. That's what make it a bad thing and shit. But I don't think writing and shit is a bad thing. You know, but yeah, in today's time, though, fooling with this government and shit, this system and the shit that they want to teach everybody, yeah, them books can be very detrimental to people's lives. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to just touch on Wiggly real quick because Wiggly's think he's slick. That's my brother. Like I tell people, I'd
All is
rather
well.
show you what I do, and you know, because they always tease me, why don't you make smoothies for the, you know, the family or sell your smoothies? I'm like, no, I'd rather people see what I'm doing and do it themselves so they can put their personal touches on their smoothies like I do my smoothies, because you making them like I love blueberries, mangoes,
Mm.
and apple and banana in my job. You might not like two or three of them.
Boy, yeah.
I'd rather you see how I do it, try, you know, and then do it yourself so that way you can personalize it for yourself. And that's why I say I'd rather show you than put it in a book or make a recipe or do it for you. I want you to do it yourself, experience it, you know, do the footwork. And that's why I'd rather do it the streets way and rather than the book way. And I rest there.
I agree. I agree. And I would rather, if someone cannot capture your recording, I would rather somebody take that what you've done, write down that ingredient pattern, and give it to somebody and let them read it so they can do it. Cause see, it's a difference. And I understand what you're saying. I could take what you said and I could do two things with it in a book. I could write down all of the ingredients and the whole pattern and what your day led up to make it interesting, and write down the ingredient pattern and what you did to make that snack or that smoothie. And then I can go two ways with it. After I write it down, I could say, now what's going to happen to you is it's going to strengthen your blood cells. It's going to give you good, it's going to make you breathe better. It's going to go into your blood culture and make you more healthier. Or I could say, once you put it in you, it's going to empower your body, and a purple smoke will come out of your mouth, and it'll turn into an onion dragon, and it'll speak to you from the vibrations of earth.
That's what I'm saying. My
I
nigga
could
with
put
it.
two
Go
I
ahead,
could
brother.
put two different spins in that book. I could put two different spins in that book. Now it's up for you as the human being that you are when you go and pick up that portal to be able to decipher and discern what is going on in both of those speeches, because they're both true. But one has a little bit more illustration, the other is kind of straight to the point. And I land there.
You seem to be inferring that books take you places. Is that what I'm hearing? Like if you actually totally engulf, you find yourself totally engulfed in the story, and you feel as though you're actually participating as one of the characters. Is that what I'm getting out of you?
Of course not in the physics. I mean, by the basis of it can't be, by the basis of the action, it can't be in the physic that I'm.
No, I'm not talking. I know, not physical. I'm just saying, but you, after you find yourself engulfed in the storyline, you imagine or what have you that you are actually a part of the story or whatever it is that's going on in the book that you call a portal. Because when you introduce a thought like portals take you places. So I was just wondering, was what you alluding to?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you understand the basis of what a book is supposed to be, it's supposed to take you into the mindset, the experiences of the cognitive, the spirit of the writer. That's what it's supposed to do. That's why I say you got to understand the human, the body, the mind, the heart, the tool, the aspect of what the human basis is, the basis of what human beings are. And then once you understand that, you'll understand what produces out of them. What produces out of them are manuscripts, be them non or fiction, nonfiction or fiction. When you go into that portal, you are literally traversing the mindset of said author. So I don't know if that was a loaded question, but it's a real question that people should be faced with and understand. Yeah, you are going into the mindset of the other person. When you come out of that, do you act out in the physical realm here what you've learned or what you've experienced, not learned, what you've experienced rather? Well, that's up to you. If
Hey,
we want to
real
go
real
deeper
quick,
into that,
real quick. Let me
you
say
know.
this. Like I said, we see how, you know, the books, the people that get
Mhm.
those degrees from the universities, and how the universities are leading certain people astray. Know, through their book knowledge. And that's why I said those books can be deadly, because they can pull a person away from the reality or the streets of life that we walk through. A lot of the doctors and uh, is selling our people out because of the hypocritical oath. Rather than telling them the honest truth about what's going on in 2022 with the body. You know what I mean? So that's why I think them books can be negative and should be burnt, because,
Oh
like
my
I said,
God.
it's certain, like, we can look at these universities, how they got our people brainwashed, man. And that's book smart right there. And I land right there.
Well, oh my God, that gets so muck and mired what you said there. That is so muck and mired because uh, you can't lie. I mean, I can't lie and say that you're not telling the truth. People are writing books and they're choosing to to present those books in front of these college students. I mean, yeah. But there's also a band of people somewhere that are taking the real stories of great leaders of their cultures and customs and documenting it and retelling them. I don't think there's anything wrong with somebody carrying on the great name and actions of a great man or woman through time in manuscript, and you being able to experience that through them because you couldn't live it. Experience that and take the meat, take the richness out of it, and the bone and the marrow and the seed, spit it out, whatever the other stuff, spit it out.
After the material has been read, do you suppose that the human, and I don't like to use the word human because we know these convoluted ass definitions will trigger anybody at any time, but just for the sake of conversation and that we may push on, would you say after reading the book that the human should internalize the morals of the stories, whether or not they know if these characters actually existed or even based on anyone who actually existed?
Well, when you went into that book, didn't you understand that these people might be fictional? Didn't you understand that these things are not real? These are just stories that someone is telling. Didn't you understand that when you went to that portal?
Well, here's the problem. It gets problematic
Mhm.
when fictional books are asserted to be truthful, not only truthful but necessary for one's own benefit.
Mhm.
No,
Right.
this is
So,
it.
Hey,
so when
Wiggly,
you go
Wiggly,
into
you got an echo, I guess.
okay, hold on. Let me see. Can y'all hear me now? Can you hear me now? Good stuff.
Yeah, you good.
So when you go into that portal, don't you know? Can't you reason? Can't you feel? Can you not, or can you feel what means something and what doesn't, what's useful and what's not. Given that you understand when you walked in front of it, you knew that this was a story you were about to read from somebody. Things may not necessarily be all given the right way, given the true way, but hey, it is something I'm about to read and I'm about to experience. Get in the book, bam. Can you not understand within your heart what's right and what's wrong?
Yes, I definitely can.
All right.
And this is why I see no need for certain written materials, to guide me along my way. You know what I'm saying? Like these philosophies, these belief systems, these structures that's based on books that we all have come to understand are quite fictional. And that's just being nice. I'll land right there.
The Bob Mom 187 said most people ain't read the full story and have been spoon fed certain scriptures. But when you read the full stories, you'll see the horror in them. And I have to agree with her. The Bible is filled filled with horrible things. Like I'm horrified that when Jesus so said he rose from the grave, other people rose up from the grave too and start coming back to the city. What the fuck? Are you fucking serious? Nah, somebody need to show me this in the papyrus, emeralds, and tablets around this bitch, because this cannot be true. I asked my dad that. This cannot be true. So I agree. But
Well, you do understand that a lot of these stories were fed to us as children, and we were quite compelled to accept them as truth. You understand that narrative?
oh man, I am a horrible victim of it all. I was a 7-day Adventist coming up. So I couldn't do anything that children do on Saturdays. Wake up and watch cartoons, go play football, basketball. I couldn't do nothing because I had to go to fucking church. And when I got suspended, I had to go to fucking church and clean that bitch. I can't stand the fucking church. I cannot stand the fucking Bible, the fucking church, Jesus, any of these motherfuckers. I don't fucking like them. I can't stand that shit. And my grandma picture right here. She the one that put all that shit on me. And my dad ass. I can't fucking stand it. Cause it robbed me of my childhood. It robbed me of everything I wanted in love. While I got to watch other people in my household, they got to just fuck that. Nothing stopped for them. We got to do everything for them. All they sports, all they events, all they girl things and this, that, and third. We went to all they shit. I can't stand the fucking Bible. But ain't nobody finna fucking tell me. Matthew 6:19 through 35 ain't something that every fucking body need to hear, especially when you know what the human being really is and its mechanical purpose in this time space frequency. And I'll land now.
But that's the
Not
point.
not that I'm a Bible,
99% of our people don't know. Go ahead, Smoke. You got it.
right? Not that I'm a Bible thumper by any means, but I think we really need to review this material because you're pushing it so adamantly. But we'll take a vote and see
No,
how
no,
y'all
no, no,
guys
no, no, no,
feel.
no, 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 no. I'm not pushing. I just said I'm not. But I don't want you to burn it. Listen to this. 19 say, do not store up for yourself treasures on earth where moth and vermin destroy and where thieves break in and steal. But store for yourself treasures in heaven where moths and vermin do not destroy and where thieves do not break in and steal. For where your treasure is, there your heart will also be. Check this out. Now, if you know what the human being is, when you approach that, you need to know what treasures, earth, moth, vermin, thief, steal. You need to know what destroy. You need to know what those words really mean
Hey, hey,
when
hey,
it comes
hey,
to the
Wiggly.
mechanic of the human.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Wiggly, real quick. That sound to me like don't enjoy shit while you here. You will get your rewards in fucking heaven. Be a bum and don't do shit while you here. That's what that sounds like to me, brother. Your reward
Right.
comes in heaven after you die.
Right.
Right. But let me tell you what it really means. What it really means is go deep within yourself and find out who you really truly are
And
and
that
live
don't
free.
have
And listen,
don't have
it
no
really
nothing.
means go deep within yourself. Go deep within the God within you. Go deep within the creation within you because you are part of an ever expanding universe. You're here now, brother. You're here.
It says something about heaven. When the heaven part
Right.
come up.
The heaven part is what you're going to create your reality of, your fruit smoothies that you do, your peaceful living that you do, your being able to retire so early. I remember that stream you said you got to retire real early, and I'm still out here working trying to figure it out. Like that heaven state that you create for yourself because you went deep within you to figure out who you
I
are
said
and
you
what
good,
you need to
Wiggly.
do.
Wiggly, you good. You my nigga, you good, boy.
You see what I'm saying? The vermin, the
Nah,
moth and the
man.
vermin, the moth and the vermin are the haters, the disbelief, the bad ideas, the bad thoughts, the bad vibrations, y'all say. Don't let that get deep within you because other thieves are gonna try to come and steal your time. Time is most important. But
Wait a
store
minute.
up that
Wait
stuff
a
in your
minute.
heart so that you can start to create it on your outside. And that's how y'all
Wait
get
a
to lead
minute.
these major fun lives y'all live. Go ahead.
See, this brings up a whole list of issues, but I'm just gonna pick one out. I'm gonna pick one out the hat
Go
Now pick
ahead.
three,
because
Smoke. Pick three.
right. No, I'm just gonna deal with this one because it's a never ending story if I pick more than this one, and this may not end. But when you assert your own interpretation as opposed to what it's actually saying,
Right.
and the narrative has always been pushed that these scriptures were wrote by men who were inspired of God. So I couldn't imagine that in their inspiration that they'll get the words wrong and
Mm,
twist it. And
Mm.
now we have to interpret what the inspired man was writing of God. Right now, we got to insert our own interpretation that was already inspired of God. Like he just couldn't get it right the first goddamn time. But let me not be so vulgar. See, when we
no,
start to add
express
our
yourself.
own interpretations, now we got to break down what it means because it doesn't actually mean what it says.
Mm.
And that can
Mm.
go for any verse, any word, any passage, any parable. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. God, why didn't you make it fair for us? I need to holler at this nigga
Say that
about
shit.
his book.
Say that shit.
Right. Right. I get it. Now, let me read this. Let me read this here. You tell me what you think. Just you tell me what you think. The
Wiggly.
eye, check it out. The eye is the lamp of the body. If your eyes are healthy, your whole body will be full of light. What that mean to you? If you in this space, what I just read to you, the eye is the lamp of the body. If your eyes are healthy, your whole body will be full of light. Now, while you're in this space with us and the way we think, what that mean to you?
To be to
Hey,
be perfectly to be perfectly honest, that don't mean shit.
It don't even sound right. To
Wow.
me, it don't
Right
even
there, that
sound
don't,
right.
that don't, bro. That don't mean. I'm just
Guys,
saying.
you're not
Look,
understanding me.
look, look,
Go
bro.
ahead.
See, because I'm street smart too, right? And that sound like some old
Intake.
Sue saying ass shit. A nigga recite a verse like that to you, and then the next time you know, you'll find yourself at church donating your goddamn cigarette money to the preacher and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, that we grown folks. We got our big draws on now, bro. That don't mean shit.
That's why I preface what I said. You must understand what the mechanical purpose of the human being is on this planet. You got to understand that first before you start to traverse these things. Because
Well,
if
let
you
me ask you
don't
a question.
understand,
hey, let
go
me
ahead.
Well, let
let
me
me
ask
get
you a
my
question.
little input. Let me get my input. This
Go
what
ahead,
I
go ahead,
think
Rasad.
this what I think it say. If I take care of my mind, the body gonna follow. You feel me? So if I take
Facts.
care of myself, myself, me, not no other God, not no other deity, not no book.
Facts.
If I take care of myself, the body gonna follow. Yeah.
Let me
If I take
expound on
care,
Okay,
what
no,
he
hold on.
okay,
said.
If
Let
I
me
take care, hold
expound on
on,
what he
hold on,
said.
hold on. Let me take that back. If I take care of my mind, the body gonna follow.
Well, let me ask you a question based on that, on your interpretation. Would you take care of your mind if it wasn't for you knowing that scripture existed.
That's what I'm
Yes.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
And
Yeah,
are
you
you
don't
saying
need that.
that the eyes in that scripture is should be interpreted as the mind?
No,
The
the
third,
eye is the eye.
the
The
third
eye
eye.
is no, it ain't even that deep. No,
I
no, no,
say the
no. It's
eye
not.
is what
It's
processes the thought.
right. The eye is just what gives the brain an electrical pulse so that it can make out what you're looking at.
That's not
And
true
that's what
though,
it
because a
and this is
blind.
what it means.
So what's
When
the
you put
sense
in
of the
your
blind man? though? How would that fit the blind man?
how would that fit the blind? Because the blind man would see with his other senses. He would
With
see and
that
feel with
third
his
eye.
other senses, right?
Now
You
how
see,
I look at it,
that's what I'm saying. That's what smoke signals saying. Like, so in order for everyone to have a universal understanding of that particular verse, it would have to be interpreted many different ways. It can't just be taken as it's read. It
I
has
mean,
to be interpreted.
if you blow it up like a balloon,
first of
maybe
all,
so. But if you keep it in a straight
I ain't
line to
going
what
with
it
the Bible.
means,
I'm just
like check
saying
it out.
about I, me,
If you
not no
keep it in a
book.
straight line to what it means, the eye is the lamp to the body. A blind person could read Braille, and that's their way of seeing. If they ran across this and they started to understand what the human mechanic really is on this planet, you got to understand that first.
Yeah,
They
that's why
see
I was
Because
that.
they
asking.
can
That's why I
read
was
don't mean they
asking:
can see.
is the eye equivalent to the mind? Because if you ask me, just in my opinion, the mind would be the lamp of the body. How in the hell is it the eye? Where do they get the eye from?
The
And
eye,
then
because
real
it's one of the
and then
senses.
real
The eye
quick.
is one of the senses. The eye is one of your senses. You use one of your senses as an understanding to this place that you at. Now, my question is now that we're grown and old, now that we're older and we're grown, we know not to put ourselves in environments that aren't conducive to our missions, right? We know
But
that. We know that not to do that, right?
you got two eyes though.
No, I'm asking you a question. As older adults, we know now not to put ourselves around people, places, and things
Yes,
that are
sir. Yes, sir.
generalized as
Yes.
bad or not conducive to us, right?
Right.
Yes.
Right. Right, because the eye, the understanding, the atmosphere that you in, and the body and the senses in that atmosphere is a lamp into the body. It gives you the understanding, the light of understanding. And if you put yourself in healthy atmospheres like this panel tonight, your whole body will be full of light. That's why I'm excited, because I'm amongst light minds
But
and light
it
minds.
seems like you're adding all of that though, because it seems
No,
that
that's what he said.
all
I'm
you
not
need
adding
is
that.
your
It said
mind.
that right there.
All you need is your
It say
mind.
that.
If your mind, your thoughts will let you know or keep you aware of the environment you're supposed to be in, not your eyes.
And what
Your
is the
thoughts,
basis
your
of life
mind.
then? What is the basis of existence then? What's the basis of existence?
To exist,
The
to experience
experience.
something.
No, what is the basis of existence? What had to come in order for us to be? It had something had to come in order for us to be. They said this spark is in the same place in a woman when conception happened. What is that? A what?
Bro. It's in the air, bro. It's in everything.
No.
It's the it's
What
the
is that spark?
it's the
What is it
rotation
called?
of it.
What spark you talking about?
Magnetic.
What you talking about when the sperm hit the egg? What spark you talking about?
Scientific researchers said that there is a small spark that happens when that finally happens at the point of conception.
Electromagnetism.
Existence itself started from what? A spark, which
Electromagnetism.
is a light. A light. That's literally what's right here, what it say. The thing is like my brother said, people done come through and they done muck and mired and fucked up the gold, the diamond, the precious stones of this thing. And now they done messed it up and got people up here fighting against the basic vibration frequency of life. It's literally telling you the mechanics of this existence. That's literally what this entire verse is saying. Literally. And brother, I done made a whole lot of money and travel and got my life right, got off drugs, raised my kids, like, and I was out there, fam. And when I just sat down, nobody finna tell me that when I didn't read this and started understanding what life is, that this shit didn't amplify my grind, fam. Ain't nobody finna tell me that shit. Now all this other shit around it that they use to put a shackle on my mind, fuck them, fuck that. You need to move that shit around. But you're not finna
O-
burn this motherfucker.
Okay, well this brings up an interesting point.
Mm.
What
Facts.
what led you to take a break?
Take a break toward what? What do you mean?
You said you was running around and engaged in all type of extracurricular activities, and then you said you after that you set your ass down and you
Yeah.
picked up the book. You didn't say you picked up the book before you set your ass down. You
I
said you
picked up a
set
lot
your.
of
What made you sit down?
Hey, drop
I'm
the
believe.
link,
I'm
Brian.
believing. I believe it's whatever made you sit down is what sparked your interest, not the damn book.
right. What made me sit down is one day I just got tired from just whatever fucking night it was of just rancid drugs and sex. And I got tired. And what amplified me to stay right there was the things that my dad told me, the things my mom taught me, some of the concepts that I've read in books, some of the things that I've seen on cartoon, some of the lessons I've learned from Bobby's World as a kid, some of the things I've learned from the Turtles, Spider-Man's quote, with great strength comes great responsibility. Some of these things I learned in books like The Long Way Gone, the story of this black man that come out of what's that Blood Diamond movie? Sierra Leone, the story of a little black boy that come out of Sierra Leone. And if this nigga had to deal with this shit in this story, nigga, I'm living in heaven over this motherfucker. Facts, nigga.
Wiggly.
Yeah.
So everybody fall, right? But how they
Facts.
get back up is what makes the difference. And
Yeah.
all they do is they put their story, they spin on it, and they catch you when you down and make you give all your fucking hope to and praise to somebody else. And if you do that to yourself, because it was you at the end of the day doing all that.
Right. Your
You went through
perception.
that experience and got your shit together.
And that's
It
what
was
I
your
said
perception,
earlier.
right?
I ain't
Crazy
giving
as
nobody
shit.
else the credit for what I did.
Um,
Decisions
um,
I
Because it
made
was
in
your
my life.
perception, right?
I'm still tripping off the brother mentioned Bobby's World and shit. Only thing I remember from Bobby's World is Uncle Ted and Time for Noogies and shit. That's the only thing I remember from
You don't
Bobby.
remember there's music in the air, and then you find out that there's spheres of the universe, the universe. Come on, fam. Y'all not living. I
Bobby's
know you
World.
remember that there's music in the air, that episode. There's music in the air. And then when you get older and you start realizing a lot of things are built on music, the organs, the universe, the one song,
How we made it.
sonatas. Yeah, man.
Hey,
Like,
Wiggly, real
yeah.
quick, that one song "We Are the World" got us fucked up now.
We are the world.
Yeah, you don't remember that
Michael
song?
Jackson?
It got our people fucked up now, thinking everybody is for us. When we in this bitch all by ourselves, ain't nobody trying to help us. We are the world. You remember that song?
I do remember that song. We are the children.
And now they don't give a fuck about no children. All they care is about technology. They lied in them fucking books. A lot of them. That's why I say burn them motherfuckers. If it come down to, no electricity, no power, no way to warm yourself other than wood or books, you gonna burn them books, player. You gonna burn that motherfucking Bible or freeze the fuck
But
to
if
death.
somebody left a piece of paper behind that told me how I
You
can
gonna
work these
burn that too.
motherfuckers.
That's gonna
Hell no, I'm not
start
gonna burn that. If I don't know how,
That's
if I'm
gonna
in the
start the
woods,
fire.
nah, after I read how to get these two pieces of wood to make fire on their own, after that, yeah. But no, I'm not gonna burn that. No. And then I wouldn't burn it then because I got the two pieces of wood that made the fire.
If it's no wood around and all you got is paper to burn and it's minus 50 degrees outside, you're gonna freeze to death or you're gonna burn them books. What are you gonna do, brother?
I'm gonna burn them books, but first I'm gonna look through them papers to see if I can figure out how to
You're
burn
gonna
this
try to
shit without a
memorize that
lighter.
shit, but you burning them books.
I'm gonna burn them. But first, I'm gonna figure out what's in these papers if I need it. If I need that information, I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna find it out.
Shit, ain't
Fuck
no
that.
question. Burn that shit.
And then afterwards, I burn it. You see, the problem is okay, if you burn the books, then you need to go burn the hearts of men and women. Go burn those two. Go burn the hearts. Go burn. How many people in this damn chat
That
here? Let
book,
me see.
that,
20 people.
that book
20
disrespectful.
people's in chat. 21
That,
people's in chat now. If you burn the books, then burn. Oh, one just left. He didn't want to get his heart burned. So it 20 people's here. Burn the 20 people's heart in chat now. If you go burn all the books, go burn them and everybody else too.
that's on
So
them.
you think
We just
you
dealt
think
with
the books?
statistics earlier. 2% would be crying right now. 2 to 5%. That's all. The rest would be happier than a motherfucker and warm.
Yeah, but look at what you had to do. You had to wipe out damn near an entire existence. When there's so much down here,
What about
there's
the
so many great
what about
things
the
and great
trees,
people
bro?
down here. It's really worth. You
What
know,
about the
sometimes I
trees that
think,
took to write the book?
what's that?
I said, what about the trees that it took to write the book?
That's fucked up. That's fucked up. I would say that's fucked up. You know, I give you that. I have no argument against that.
Now, I don't really think me
Other than
So,
personally,
figure out another way to
I
write
wouldn't
them.
say all books are bad and shit. I'm not gonna say all books are bad and shit, but I wouldn't burn every book and shit. You know, it is good books out there and shit. You know, it's just
Yeah.
this shit dealing with this, you know, this religious shit, man. You know, like that's just a problem, bro. You know, all that his story, all them history
well,
books
Greedy,
and
you
shit
know
like
those the
that.
ones I'm talking about.
Motherfuckers ain't
Check
doing
this out.
their own science work and all of those different ologies and shit like that. You ain't out here doing it yourself and you keep relying on somebody's book, and you'll forever be regurgitating what somebody else done told you. That's just what it is. It's just as simple as that. You ain't figured that what can you actually speak like? That there is certain questions and shit that can be asked, and some people can't even answer it without thinking of where they read that answer from that they about to say. Like what would have nature shown you? What have you learned on your own? What have the world taught you that you haven't read in a book? Can you answer anything that you haven't learned in somebody's book? That's real shit. That's all I'm saying. Like, some books and shit with this, the anatomy of the world and shit like that. Like, I think that's supposed to be experienced and, personally sought and thought out. But, individually coming up with your own answers, your own conclusions to what you done studied or what you done researched on out in the world, or doing your own work to come with your own answers, so you would know something instead of having to always believe in somebody else's words, somebody else's thoughts. I think that's where it becomes a problem and shit. And it's mainly with that religion shit. Like, we all can agree certain recipes when it comes to cooking some shit or mixing some shit up, fruits, vegetables, and shit, that's the simple things. But all that deep shit, somebody trying to explain something that people can't see, and you teaching the kids and stuff these things, and it's worse on the children, because the children, they're in a position where they have no choice but to accept it, especially if it's coming from mama. If it's coming from mama, they taking it in truth. Hey, it is the truth. Yeah. There ain't no belief. If mama telling them what it is and shit, then it's the truth. Mama told them Jesus is coming to save them. It's the truth to them.
Oh, yeah.
Mama told them certain things and shit, the way it's supposed to be and shit, and they gonna grow up as that's the way things are supposed to be. For real. So, some of these books can be fucking detrimental to the future. For real. Especially these damn religious books and shit. Like, that Bible by itself and shit, man. That I ain't old as the world and shit, but I know ever since I can remember in my life, people been arguing and debating these same verses. The book ain't changed. It ain't been no new books added. There ain't been nothing new found and shit. But still to this day and shit, ain't nobody got the they can't just read the book for what it says and shit. It got to be some type of allegorical breakdown. It got to be some type of metaphysical breakdown. This word don't really mean that. It really mean this, or you got to read it in full context. It's just so much shit, and it's been going on ever since I can remember, and it's getting worse. It's getting worse. People, it's just getting worse. Shit. It went from the Garden of Eden being in Africa in the 90s. Now here we is in 2020s and shit, and the Garden of Eden is possibly in the North Pole. The Garden of Eden is possibly in America. The Garden of Eden is possibly over here in Peru. It's worse.
That's the thing. We the ones supposed to be telling them don't be worried about that part of it. Stop worrying about that part. Like,
all that shit, because you can't cherry pick with it. That's the thing and shit. Like you gotta accept it all. Just like the sis said, the bomb mom in the chat, like
I don't accept everything that my father has done. I do not accept
certain scriptures and shit that really coincide with loving somebody. They don't
brother,
really know all the some shit going on in the Bible. Shit, but you can't cherry pick. If you gonna take it, you got to take it all.
Brother, I do not accept everything that my father has done. I will not, and I curse and detest it. But I'm not gonna sit up here and say that man ain't teach me how to do some things like working on cars and saving a little money sometimes. I'm not gonna do this, fam. I'm not gonna do this. And if he has a book of his life, and it's very hard to try to decipher the right things coming from his mouth because it be some crazy shit sometimes. But
brother,
I know good and well the things that are true.
Those are word of man, not God.
Right, and these words here are not words of God. These are words of men.
That's man's interpretation.
Hey, real quick. Hey, Wiggly. Hey, turn your mic down just a little bit, bro. It's feedback.
I see you don't want to go against your daddy. That's how I see it.
You said what?
It's feedback when people talk coming back from your mic.
I see it. You don't want to go against your daddy.
I don't want to go against my daddy. What you said? You said I don't want to go against my daddy.
Hey, let me ask y'all something and shit, man. Maybe it's just me and shit, man. I ain't trying to make it sound strange or something, but when it comes to your father and shit, like calling your pops daddy or my daddy and stuff like that, is that a down south thing? I'm asking this shit because I don't hear it up here where I'm at and shit. We either call pops dad or we call them pops. But when you might hear somebody say my father, or you might hear somebody say my pops. But like my daddy, is that a down south word? Is that something like it's like a slang down south?
Somewhat.
Yeah. I think that's a down south thing and shit. I think up here, like DC, we consider the South too and shit, but I think it's more so north. They
deep south,
shit,
deep south thing.
Yeah, I think it's the deep south thing and shit. Where they say my daddy and shit. I normally don't hear that, bro. Like I don't hear that out here where I'm at, bro. My daddy or your daddy or something like that.
Yeah, somebody we do that like Woody, or
they'll say your pops, or they'll say your father. But my daddy or your daddy, that sound like straight Southern to me. Shit,
yeah, we always put that ease on the end of our shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I want to let the guys just get in there. We got Alexis on the panel and we got Sunset on. So what's y'all? Are y'all you choose book smart or street smart?
I pick street smart. Much love to everybody as well.
Much love. I would pick street smart. I'm not a book smart person. I wasn't good in school. I couldn't understand that shit. It was a struggle for me. But naturally, I was able to understand it just through life experience.
Yeah, I agree with
love,
that.
thank you.
Much love.
Lord help.
But I wanted to say when Wiggly read that scripture, right?
Mm-hmm.
I understood exactly what he was saying, but I'm gonna put it in my own words.
Yeah.
Can you read it one more time?
Good God Almighty. Here we is. Matthew 6 and verse 19. Do not store up for yourself treasures on the earth where moth and vermin destroy and where
No,
thieves break
not
in
that.
and steal.
Not that one.
The eye is the lamp of the body. If your eyes are healthy, your whole body will be full of light.
Okay. And I know people feel like if you interpret it into your own words, then it's not exactly what it's saying. But like Wiggly was saying, I could write you a book of my life and I can make it dramatic or just realistic. It's up to you to interpret how you receive it. I can't determine that. I could only tell you how I perceive it for myself. So that scripture to me, because you're supposed to have a spiritual eyes as well as natural eyes. When your spiritual eyes are open, that's what draws the light into your, you know how they say the eyes are the window to the soul. It's like your eyes are not, you see out your eyes, but if you look to your left and you look to your right, you can see your nose. That's pretty much, if you didn't have a mirror, you're inside looking out. So when your spiritual eyes are open and you are tapped into the being that you are, that light will fill that lamp and keep it burning. So you would spiritually understand and see what it is that most people cannot see. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just all on how you or where you are spiritually, on how you perceive certain scriptures out the Bible. Because some of them are far fetched. But if you are tapped in tune with yourself, with your being, knowing your purpose, knowing who you are, then then you can understand that from a spiritual aspect.
Lord help.
And that's it.
I I think if a nigga wasn't scared of going to hell, wouldn't nobody be studying that damn Bible. I land right there.
But hell is what you hell is how you live your life. Heaven is the same.
Facts.
It's no place, it's in you.
But
Just
that
like
ain't the
Right.
way
living
they
That's
teach it
Jesus.
in the book, sister. That's
But
the
it
point
has
the
nothing
brother
to do
trying to
with the
make.
book. If
They
you
make
didn't
it
have the
as
book, you still would know right and wrong, right?
imaginary place we're gonna go after we die. Not all our
That's if
people
you
are
interpret
interpreting
it
it
like
like
that.
you and Wiggly's.
That's if you interpret it like that. Everybody has their own interpretation.
That's actually what the
I
book
could
reads. The book reads it
no,
like
no, the
that.
hell it don't. I'ma read
listen.
it to you
If I
right
tell
now.
you,
No, it don't either.
Read
I'ma
it to
read it
you
to
like
you right now. Hold
if
up.
I
I'ma read
give
it to
you,
you right now.
if I give you something
No,
about
you
my,
don't gotta read it right now,
and
bro.
it may
It
sound
don't.
like I may say I dove off the top of my house or something. To you in your mind, you're gonna think what? But that's the interpretation that I got from that. You can't say that it's right or wrong. It's how you perceive it.
Yes, yes.
It has nothing to do with the actual word. If you are,
But we
if
know
you are
Hey,
it
somebody
come
need to
from
mute their mic,
mythology.
man.
It didn't come from nothing real.
Exactly,
So
Rashard.
how y'all making something real out of mythology? So that's the point I'm trying to make.
I
Hold
Y'all
on,
That's
think
hold
making
their
on.
something real
interpretation of it, OG.
mythology
No, it ain't no
See,
knowledge. It's
because
real or
see,
fake.
everything starts from a thought. Everything.
But the book is
Facts.
I
based
can
on
see a
mythology,
Hey,
butterfly.
not
I can
fact.
think
let
of
me
anything.
explain to OG right quick. OG, check this out. With you eating smoothies and eating right, you living in your basically you living in heaven right now. But when you were eating meat and doing all that extra shit, or you know what I'm saying, you were actually
Mm-hmm.
living in hell.
Nah,
That's that's
nah,
that's
but
the
the
only
Bible
thing
don't
that
say
happened.
that
Facts.
though. The Bible don't
But
say
the
that,
Exactly.
Bible
Kevin.
No,
don't
I'm
say
just
that.
no. I'm just giving the perspective of it. That's like I ain't saying
Yeah,
what the
but that's
Bible
how
said.
some people interpret
I'm
it.
not
It's
saying what the
everybody.
Bible said. I'm just saying some mind
Oh, I
things. You know
get
what I'm
you,
saying?
bro.
Just I ain't talking about no devil and no goddamn no. Nah. But you go ahead though, Greedy. My bad. You go ahead.
Nah, see, nah. I mean, I'm with you. I agree with what you're saying. That's how people interpret it and shit. But this is what OG is saying. The Bible don't read like that. When Christ come out coming back and and returning it with all these angels and stuff like that, and give you a description of what heaven is with all the streets paved of gold and stuff. Tell me how's that interpreted to your life right now? Please explain it.
Why are you even over there reading all that?
I'm not reading it. This is
Why
what the
the
Bible
That's
says.
what I asked somebody. That's the question I would have for that person. I'm like, why are you
Hey,
reading it? That has nothing to do with
Because
I
your
some
agree,
Bible.
people
Greedy.
study the Bible. That's their
Hey,
life.
I agree with you, Greedy. It's just sometimes I ain't
Yeah,
gonna lie.
yeah, that-
I, I look at the story like as I don't look at the story as a real nobody real. I ain't gonna lie. How it read, it don't read like that. But like let's say if you were reading, I'd be thinking of some whole totally different shit. Like not no real shit, like some, like I just explained, like how OG eating good, you know what I'm saying, some heaven type shit, and then when he was doing bad, some hell type shit. That's how I look at it. That's how I look at the Bible when people read it. Like I say, they say don't take an ad from it, but I look at it different. You know what I'm saying? But I can
Hey, but you
understand
know
what
what?
you're saying
Hey,
though.
Cuzzo, I got a question though. Like, how would someone like naturally or originally uh like get the equivalent of living a good life and compare that to heaven? Like, where would that come from?
Within.
Within, but yeah, exactly. But I,
no
I
from
get
the
what you're
book
saying
No, it
because we
would.
never we never
I did.
experienced
read
here.
in the book.
No, let me
You
say this.
gotta be you
I
gotta
get
be
what he's
real
saying
with
because we
yourself.
never experienced heaven before. We don't know what the hell heaven is, so I get exactly what you're saying.
It would
But
come
but
by. I will tell you where it
You
comes from.
but
It would
you
come
have to
go
from.
be
ahead, go
whole.
ahead, go ahead,
It
go ahead. And I don't want to
You
it
talk
would
too
have to
much.
come
be
Y'all go ahead.
whole
from.
with yourself.
It it will
You
come
have to
from. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you where to come from. It'll come from the example, of someone else, that light that shines from someone else. The problem is, not a lot of us have obtained that level of bliss and heavenliness here on this planet, so we can't show it to folks. But the bit of goodness that we do have, we try to instill that knowledge to our children and our brothers and our sisters. The issue with the church is that they give a condemnation in game to believe it or not believe in it, place up a high deity and strike you in the head with it. That's the problem. And they need to stop that, because then you'll miss stuff like this and saying, repent ye, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. It's nothing to come, it's nothing that happened. It's already here. But it starts from where you coming from, your heart, your mind. And when you connect that with other people who think in that same thought, you then build your atmosphere. Is it heavenly or is it full of hellish stress? You answer. I'll land right there.
but that's the snake oil, because it's always a choice out here in the world. I don't got nothing to do with that damn Bible. They took every man's life, and you're gonna go through the ups and downs. All they doing is telling you,
their
their story on it.
interpretation. They're just giving you their interpretation of their experience in their own life.
Hey,
If
hey,
you're not
Wiggly, can you
whole,
prove God exists? Go ahead,
I'm
speak.
gonna
Yes.
tell you that.
Yes.
How you gonna say yes or no? Have
Well, I
you ever
mean, yeah,
seen?
you are an illustration of. You are an illustration of. We all are illustrations of. Yeah. But yeah, I can prove God exists.
Okay.
You want me to do it right now?
Now I'm cool. Keep it to yourself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but we can't give them like we can't give ourselves credit for doing something that's perfect. You get what I'm saying? He on another level. Like we ain't doing nothing like that. We ain't making it harmonized like that.
That's our fault.
Until you
That's
get
our
like
fault.
that, you ain't no God though.
Yes, we are. We're still remnants and illustrations of it. You can't stop it. It's going on inevitably right now as you pump blood in your heart and use your little brain to move your big brain to move around thoughts. Homeboy, you are creating something right now and you can't stop it. So you can run away from your, you
I'm a
can run away
create
from some
as a
powerful power, but you're
I'm
not
a
gonna stop
create
it.
as a human though. I mean, I accept being a man because that's what I know. I don't know what
Yeah.
being a god is, and making perfect balance and making water and all that shit. And I'm just gonna make another man. So I want to focus on the man part. That fictional shit get you like you ain't. I mean, you can be a superhero in your own life. Do that. Be the Spider Man in your life. That's all you can do.
Well,
Right. We didn't say you were the God. We said you're an illustration of. You're
let's
not
follow
the
the
God.
narrative that you are certain that we are gods. We are illustrations of. Now, as such, as such, this is hypothetical. Would that come with an automatic download to godly behavior, thus excusing the need for any biblical passages for you to have to be inspired by because you already have the God in you?
Yes, it will. Brother
Well, that's the
P,
point. We don't
what's your
need a
name? I'm
book.
sorry.
We
What's the
don't
P
need a
man?
book
What's
if
the
it's
P man's
already
name? I'm
there.
sorry.
Smoke signal.
Smoke signal. Brother Smoke Signal. Can I ask you a question?
Knock yourself out, player.
This be addressed to Smoke Signal and the panel, if y'all will. What is God?
What is God?
Yes.
Well, according to me, that'll be me.
According
Who
to
just
me,
said they can't
it's
take upon the
a
power?
mythical being that that's supposed to be up in the heavens. That supposedly created everything, but it's mythological. It hasn't been seen. It hasn't been proven. And I land right there.
You see how twisted it get when you get that. You see how twisted it get when you get to make your own
Anybody
interpretation.
else? No. There's one no. There's only
Yeah,
one vivid truth and interpretation of this. But I want to ask anybody else want to take a shot at what is God? What is God?
arm,
What
arm,
about the Miss Lady there in the
leg,
corner?
arm, head. That's God.
The law shit.
Like everything.
It's the star. It's the star of a story written in a book called the Bible.
We ain't got one solid answer yet. Let's keep going.
Yeah,
Shit,
it's
I thought mine was solid and
y'all all
visual
singing a
too.
soothing sonata of the same answer. And I'm gonna tell you what it is. Y'all all singing the same answer. He's saying mythological can't be seen. OG, yeah, because the Bible has done some damage to a lot of folks and messed us up, man. But who else? What is God? Anybody else? Chat. Do anybody know in chat what is God?
Hey, let me ask you a
He say
question.
God. Anuki is say God is water.
Let me ask you a question. Which testament you on? You on both of them, or the first or the second? Which one? Which one?
Which testament you say?
He accepted the New Testament also because
Hey,
he
hey,
read
No,
out
Kingdom.
of
no,
the
hold
book.
on. He said which testament I'm on, right? Which testament of the Bible?
Yeah. I'm asking which one.
I don't look at it as a testament. And like it's just like I said. So we all said it's just a book. It's just a story. So I don't look at it as a
Which
testament.
book? The first one or the second one? Which one do you look at the most, or do you
Oh,
go by the most?
I look at the New Testament the most, but I only stay in Matthew because that's pretty much where all the truth is right there of life in the universe, this being that we are. It's really only in Matthew. Everything
Hey,
else is just somebody's idea and concept.
hey,
Matthew is
Well, let
somebody's
Wiggy.
me
idea and
Hey,
concept.
Wiggy. I say God is dog.
well, let me ask you a question based on the assertion you just made. You saying that Matthew contains all the truth that's necessary, but I would assert that the universe itself has all the truth that is necessary, whether or not Matthew existed.
True. But for people that needed to be led to this understanding tonight, out of all these people that's listening, and it may reverberate through time, they needed to hear this, that Matthew is a
But
soothing,
Matthew is an
small
invisible
song
being
of
like
what the
the rest
universe
of them
is.
guys.
But the
Matthew
book of
never
Matthew
existed.
opened up
So
with
how can
lies.
he give a if he never existed, how can he give a testimony? He never existed.
Hey, let
Who's
me say
right?
this.
We agree.
Somebody mute up. Let me say this. There's an echo. Did you know before 1611 they used to say before they used the word God because it was changed during that time, but they used Allah before God. You know that, right?
Okay, we'll run with Allah. What is Allah? We'll run with that.
That's why I
Whatever,
said it
whatever
earlier.
almighty being power you want to call it.
No,
Whatever you
I'm
want to
just
call
saying
it.
because you said what God came from.
No, I
You
didn't.
asking where God came
I
from.
didn't say where God come from. I didn't say that. I asked, what is God?
No,
Basically, well, yeah,
Allah is
that.
actually the Arabs use Allah. That's Arabic.
Yeah, I know, but before
Bomb
you know,
Mom said,
before the 1611 apocrypha, they was using Allah.
Not everybody, only the Arabs.
Jared Jaguar say the Most High is everything. The Bomb Mom 187 say the Creator is what sustains our life. So God is water, air, earth, sun, and food. She. I'm finna tell y'all what God is, because the Bomb Mom is cracking the egg to the new chicken, the life force. When is being said, can't run from that which you created, honey. God is simply creation, recreation, and sustenance. That's it.
I say God is the government
God
and
is
church combined.
creation.
The government and church combined.
No. Those are anti God.
Yes.
Those
Yes,
are
yes, yes.
worldly ideas. Those are worldly ideas. But when we coming into this pure butt naked
You can't
place that we
prove
come
God
to,
exists, brother.
when we come to this pure butt
It
naked
can't be
place that we
proven.
come to,
When the last
yes,
time he did anything, and
I'm
showing
gonna
the
prove
people,
God
when
to
the
you.
last time he shown the people that he existed? You got to go back in that book.
Right. By when you step outside and you see everlasting
And we
life, I'm
looking
gonna
at
show you.
2,000, 10,000 years that he haven't showed shit.
Mm-mm. See,
Uh-huh.
you're looking for a physical being, OG. And you really got the physical being right in front of
No,
you,
I
but
don't.
it,
How can you say I'm looking for a physical being when I say God is invisible?
you
It's
said when
never
you
been seen. No man has never seen God or woman.
no, we have.
Prove
We
me
see it
wrong.
every day.
Prove me
We
wrong.
have. We see it every day.
No, you see that image they put in the fucking Bible. That's what you
No, no,
see.
no.
Yes. Because that's what you read
So
from.
is God a man or
Mm-mm.
a woman?
God
That's
is.
what you reading
Have you
from,
ever
brother.
seen life come from just man or woman? Have you ever seen that?
Life don't come from no fucking book.
Hold on. Have you ever seen life come
Life
from
don't come
just
from no
man
book, brother.
alone?
Go ahead, you got it.
Have you ever seen life come from man alone?
Life come from both the man and the woman.
Right. So why are we not to think that the same thing, if we are illustrations of this place, why are we not to think that this place is the same thing in some way, somehow? Why would it be any different?
Because the book teach you otherwise. It
Fuck
teach
the
you that it's
book.
different.
Fuck the
Well,
book.
if you
We
didn't have
talking
the
about
book, if you didn't
the
have the book, would
explanation.
you have these thoughts? Would you have these questions if you didn't have the book?
Yeah, I would have these questions because I'm living on a powerful being. I'm living here and I'm trying to figure out yo, what the fuck is going on? And I hell y'all would have traversed that idea. You damn straight. But that was an amplification.
I doubt that, bro. Because if
That
that's the
was an
case,
amplification.
then
But
all children would know about God before their parents teach it to them.
That's why it's for us. Now that we've cracked this egg open tonight, it is time for us to take not this Bible, but these new ideas and concepts that might be new to y'all. I don't know, you might not. But these ideas and concepts that we talked about tonight, that God is creation, recreation, and sustenance. It's in everything. It's in the fruit. When pure fruit come, it come with a seed so you can grow it again. And it's got elements around it that love it and nurture it so it can boom again. That's God. You got human beings, they come together, they put seeds in each other, bam, make another life. That life go with another one, and boom, come together, and it make fruit. That's God. You got the bees, the plants that go through and they pull pollen and they do whatever they do to recreate life. This is all a cycle of creation, recreation, and sustenance. And how dare you say it ain't no fucking God and you eat them every day in your blender. You eat it every day in your blender. You don't do this playing like that. Just tune down what been told to y'all. Tune that down and start to focus it in and realize what this place is. This is God, your own God, your own creation, recreation.
Well, you do understand.
I'll land there.
Well, you do understand that everything you just said it cannot be found in a Bible passage, which leads me back to my original statement. Let's get rid of that shit.
Right, you can. Go ahead and get rid of it then.
Yeah, because we just discovered we don't need it. All we need.
But I'm tearing this page out. You get rid of it, but I'm tearing this page and this page here out. Look, get rid of it.
All we need is the interactions amongst each other to figure this shit out. You see, those written passages only lead to confusion because guess what we're gonna do? Everybody's gonna have their own interpretation. Even with that passage,
have their own interpretation of walking in everyday life, Smoke.
That's why I'm saying that's why I'm saying get rid of them passages because those passages are gonna lead to everybody's own interpretation. That's just a fact.
Get rid of those passages, get rid of the hearts of the people then.
Damn,
the hearts of the people came before the passages. What are you not getting about this? The hearts of the people came before the passages, my brother.
And those people were smart enough and nice enough to write and transcribe their life so that I may live through some of their experience so that I don't have to knock my head across some shit before I get there.
Man, but I don't think they wrote it. Look, I think they were stories passed down and then wrote down.
But check this out though, y'all.
Hey, what about that tree you chopped down just to make that damn book?
Hey, Wiggly, check this out, Wiggly. So
find another source then.
You basically saying shit that all of the stories written in the books about God, you know, like making him famous to the world, you know, all of these stories when it come to him, you know, flooding the world, saving Noah and his family, you know, punishing Egypt and choosing the children of Israel, saving them, putting King David on the throne, Solomon, and bringing his son Christ. All it ain't none of that important and shit for real. All of that's not important. You're saying all of that can, if it's true, it's all good. If it ain't, it's all good. What you're saying is that you're supposed to have this book in order for you to get to this conclusion that you're God and none of that really matters and shit. That's what you're saying.
What I'm telling you now,
real quick, Wiggly. But we have put the writers of that Bible basically with the corporation of the government. So y'all want to keep holding on to different passages in that book when that book was basically written by the church, the government, and a secret society, which is doing nothing good for the people. So that's exactly why they put that book out. So it could just mind boggle our people and have us stuck. And y'all want to hold on to it when the corporation basically gave us that book to mind fuck us and enslave us. And I land right there.
But now that I've come around, I am going to pull out the mighty blades of that motherfucker slay the rest of the shit that means nothing, and I'm going to pull this shit around. I'm gonna
The
spread
church
this
is a
shit
billion-dollar
on my
organization,
folks.
a business,
Yeah,
a
fuck the church.
foundation, a corporation, and we
Yeah,
still
fuck the
want
church.
to act like it's not a corporation used to
Nah, we
enslave
understand
our
it.
people.
We understand it. That's why we're here. That's why it's up to us now
No,
to go
some of
out
us are
and
still
tell
holding
people.
on to that book that's controlled by the corporation. They want to act like it's something special that this being put out, but the corporation put this out, and we know this. But our people that's into that book don't want to admit the corporation put that book out that's controlling us and calling it God.
Yeah, I
That's what
think
I'm
we
saying,
breaking
no
through
G.
though,
That's why I
OG.
be
We
asking, like,
breaking
if
through.
you didn't have the book, will the people have a God concept? If you didn't have this book, you never been to a church or anything like that, where you just automatically and shit just think and shit that there's a God over top of you and shit somewhere.
We need some of the indigenous people in here so they can help out. Some of the Aboriginal people in those streams. We need them here because I would beg to believe that they would say yes. They would understand God is the spirit of the land, the creation, the recreation, and the sustenance element of this being. Hell yeah, I think they would. Where are my Aboriginals? Stand up in the chat.
We right here. Nigga, we is
Thanks.
Aborigines.
All right, so that's what I'm saying. Y'all don't believe in a everlasting element of this place, and you looking at
I
it?
said everything.
Seeds and
Look, bro, this what we saying. We saying we believe in what's real. That's all we saying. If it's real, we believe it because guess what? You don't have to believe it. Nigga, it's real. You know.
So seeds and sources of replanting something and sources of recreating something is not real.
Nigga, if it's real, it's real. Because you know that's what it does. You know a seed grow a tree. Then you don't have to believe
so
that.
there we go. So we gotta believe that there's a God, because there go the element of it. God is creation, recreation, and sustenance. So there is some type of recreational force, almighty force, something where someplace. We're gonna find out when we die, maybe.
God is the government and the church combined, brother, and you want to and that book, and you want to, separate them. You just like the Christians separating shit that's together. Like I said, the government is using the church and science to mind fuck our people into believing something that don't exist, so they can keep submitting or staying docile, so the people won't fight back because they are fear of this invisible being.
I just feel like that's so dangerous to tell our people, man, because now it's cornering. It's corner. I mean, I understand what you're saying. That's why we told them that.
Reality that we're being fucked.
That's why we told them that. We told them what the church was. We told them what they're utilizing that book for. We telling them that. We understand that. But now that you coming on this side of the world, you're going on this side of our life, living from within. You're going to traverse a bunch of different worlds and mindsets. People still think it's cool to smoke fake. People still think it's cool to smoke that weed. That's the weed. I'm telling y'all, people still think it's cool to smoke that shit. And I'm sitting up here telling y'all this shit is not real. This ain't the real plant no more. Something ain't right.
But what if you grow your own? What if you grow your own?
But some people, Wiggly.
No, like if you grow your own, is that okay?
But that jab,
yeah, but I highly doubt it's gonna turn out like some super sugar ball dummy.
I bet it'll get you high.
That jab, but that jab ain't helping them. It ain't even one good ingredient in that jab. I'd rather smoke marijuana than take that fucking jab.
I agree.
But they promoting that jab to the people, which ain't doing nothing good for them.
I agree.
They demonize marijuana when they should have demonized liquor. Liquor do worse than us than the marijuana do.
Grow a book. Grow a book. At least I can grow some weed. Grow a book. At least the weed growing though.
Growing a book is called writing.
If you want to call it fake it growing.
Growing a book is called writing.
No, put that tree. No, leave that tree alone. How about that?
What it is, bro, is that
yeah. You do that. You do that.
What are you talking about?
Put it all
Why is it so wrong,
bro? A lot of
leave
people
that tree alone. Find
a lot of people is not. It's not.
Okay, we'll
like
leave it alone. We'll find another
put it all away and shit, bro. We like the brother said and shit, man, you find out that the pastor was faulty and shit, you know, you find out that the church full of hypocrites and shit, you find out that the Christianity aspect of the Bible is not the real teaching of the Bible and shit. Then you left with the Bible. You go into the Bible, and a lot of those stories in the Bible don't logically line up with your natural mind being away from Christianity. You know, you just have a believing in God mind now, and you take the book as if, yeah, it's the word of God, or I'm gonna look at it, I'm gonna study it myself, and you get into it personally, and then you believe, and then you might ignore some of the things that you don't understand right then and there. You know, it's levels, it's steps to it and shit, but it's only a few that really, like, in the sense, just like put it all away and shit. You know, it's like it's no sense in this and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because it's making you cherry pick, it's making you have to explain the unexplainable. You know, and what most people do, they hang on to this God concept because it gives the quick answer to the unknown. You know, like the brother said, the very explanation of how the baby is formed in the womb. You know, the very explanation of how did the trees get here, or who or what designed and created the seed, and was the chicken or the egg first, and all the unknowns. You know what I'm saying? That's the God thing. You know, it just fits there, right there. Boom! It just fits right there. Boom! There it is. And it's very hard to get it out of your mind and shit, to just think to yourself and say, maybe this shit existed in just forever and on. Just like, you will never know. You will never know and shit, but you'll always have that belief in you that it's that God there. That God there. Even though it don't line up the way that you've been taught about God. Because the way that you believe in God now, or the way that you interpret it now, is not how the book reads. That's not how you was taught to see God. But you see God now in a whole different aspect that ain't even according to the original teachings of what was introduced to you as God. That's why I say it's very hard to just put it all away. It's hard. It's difficult as hell to get it all the way out your mind. It really is and shit. And it get people down to this point to where they gotta choose, like, I ain't dealing with that. That's not important. Or that's the Old Testament, or we in the New Testament now. It's always an excuse when a real question comes up and someone is like backed in a corner or something shit, facing these questions. That's going to forever be, because it cannot be proven. It can't be seen. It can't be explained. It's just a simple, quick question. Boom, right there. There you go. You got it. Boom, there it is. It's right there and shit. But that's not really what it is. That's you. It has been placed there for you. It's been started with the very first teaching of God that you had, which was the church, which was the Bible, or which was the Quran. It didn't come naturally. It was something else that taught you the very aspect or concept of this God. And now that you've grown mentally and strong enough to diagnose it and get into it on your own, and you see that it ain't even right, but you can't get rid of that concept of that God. That's why I be asking all the time,
wow,
where does this concept of God come from? Or will we naturally have this if you were never in a church, if you never had a Bible, if you never had a Quran? I'm not saying that you probably wouldn't think of a creator or some, or energy or any other thing, but just this God concept. I think it was put there by the church and that Bible, whatever religion that was around, that was in power, whoever was in power.
So, brother,
For real. And they had
brother.
that shit and made people get into that shit, and the elders taught that shit to the children. Now I'm saying it again. Once the mom teach it to the child, it is the truth off the top. Ain't no belief. The child gonna believe everything. The child believe in the cartoons. The child believe Mickey Mouse is real. The child believes Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and the Tooth Fairy and all that is real. It all starts with the mom. It starts with the parent, the first teacher. It starts right there. Once that child gets that type of mindset where it's believing in all of the impossible and things that is not seen, and same thing with the adult mind. They're doing the same thing with this God concept, all this religion stuff. It has people talking about things that only they can see, or only a few other people who agree with them or been taught that way can see. But this is not a natural teaching. It's not. It's something that has been taught to us. This ain't nothing natural that we just grasp. Just like as the child, your mother and your father or your grandmother, whoever it is that's feeding you every day, that's bathing you every day, that's whooping your ass when you get wrong.
They would. They would. What are they? Right. Okay. No. You can't come and detest this God concept, then come back and use the God concept.
No, I'm saying
you can't do that.
God is to the child as far as like the supreme being.
You can't, and by your logic, you can't use the word God. You can't use any of that understanding at all. By your logic, you cannot use none of that understanding.
Well,
by your logic,
what the hell I'm saying, whoever it is to the child, the most powerful figure to the baby, to the child, is the parent until taught otherwise. Period.
Mm-hmm. And the parent can get with another parent and reproduce to make another kid,
they
right?
They don't teach us religion when we first come out. They teach us fucking life. We don't get religion till after, we basically get into the school system and get older. But other than that, they do not force religion on kids most of the time. Y'all got it.
No, I totally agree with y'all. I totally agree with you all. I totally agree. But we're here experiencing this world now. We could boom and banter about what they constructed this tool for to, whatever sinister plot they had. But we also are not going to undermine from this manuscript that we're talking about tonight to any others, undermine the fact that there are some supplicative ideas that could help man on his personal journey
that the
and
government
expressions through this plane.
That the government gave to the people, not God. The government, GOV.
No, come on, man.
The church and God and religion and that book is all one unit. Stop separating them.
See, when it appears,
so we all one unit too, because we got a social security and it's a book behind that social security number on us through pages and numbers. So we all the government too. Don't separate us. We the governments. There we go.
Okay. See, this is what happens. Now, we can't play a fair game of ball if the goalpost gets to be moved whenever you feel like moving the damn goalpost.
If we're naming government, we have to name government through all aspects. If we don't want to choose to look at this thing synergistically, then if we're gonna look at government, we're gonna look at government.
Brother, I respect your intellect, but if you let me express a complete thought, you'll be able to make more sense out of this whole conversation. But carry on.
Go ahead, sir.
No, I actually lost that thought. I just hopefully next time you will let me express carry on.
And let me say this, dude, do my studies and shit, just looking into all the cultures. When I was on that heavy research tip and shit, I did find out, like what I did see is there's a difference, like you could talk about Kemet, you talk about the Maya culture, you talking about the Aztec, you talking about the Nakata people and shit over there, and that was Kemet also, but it was before the pharaohs, before that period and all that shit. It was Anatolia, all up there in the north and all that shit. Like all of these ancient cultures, they all had gods, but it was numerous gods. Like they say it was polytheistic cultures, and then it moved into a monotheistic culture. They say, according to his story, right? They say that what's his name? Akhenaten. Yeah, Akhenaten. I think Akhenaten was the first pharaoh in Egypt to bring a monotheistic type of belief system, which was the belief in one God. But before then, the Persians, fucking what's that, Mesopotamia, uh Babylon, fucking man, all that shit. The whole damn Middle East, they called that shit back in the day, Eurasia, everything. They all worship numerous gods. But the difference is they gave credit, they referenced their deities to different aspects of the world, whether if it was nature or thunder, lightning, the sun, the moon, the waters, the land, certain herbs and certain spices, man. It was just everything had different little references to a different god, a deity. That's what it was called, a deity, a different god or a different deity or something like that. And that's all it was, like they just picked out or gave certain names or whatever the case may be, certain figures, and they gave reference to it, and it personified the act or the essence of nature. It personified the sun, it personified the moon, it personified the stars, all different shit, but when it came to the Bible and the Quran, this particular God in these writings, in these teachings, is having it's having a personal contact with the creation. None of the gods in the earth is ever known for this. None of them. Well, you can go in any of these cultures, and all of these gods, they are credited to, like I said, nature or shit in their afterlife and shit like that. Like shit. But as far as people living, it's only the Quran God and the biblical God, Allah and Jehovah or Yahweh, or with these two deities, is actually having a contact with the creation and actually punishing them because it then gave out orders for them to be on this type of code that he want them on, and if they not doing right, he's punishing them. You know what I'm saying? But none of the other cultures, none of the other deities and shit was doing this. It's only these two deities that's doing this. That's something I found out in my research. It's only the biblical God and the God in the Quran that's like punishing mankind and shit for their actions and shit. In the old world, the ancient world, none of the deities was punishing mankind for their actions. It's just shit for real. Like man was punishing each other for their own actions and shit like that.
See,
But yeah, it's a
on
difference though. For real, it is.
on that note right there, I'm gonna have to go ahead and get up off here. But on that note right there, that's the very essence of my being and me coming back to this time space to talk about what you said, putting them gods back in the ideas of these elements, the sun, the air, the water, the spices, like you said, putting it back there because those are the things that show us the very basis of this even thought of God idea, which would be creation, recreation, and sustenance. Bronze Flat Power God, appreciate you for having me on tonight. The gang on the panel, everybody in the chat, appreciate y'all for having me coming in and sharing with us tonight.
Have a good night, my brother.
Yeah, it was good
OG,
peace, brother.
salute OG. I appreciate all the love, man, and y'all hold it down. Greedy Vegan, everybody hold it down, man.
Appreciate you, good brother. You already know.
Like you heard of the goddess Chicken Chicken was she was around when Quetzalcoatl was around here in the Americas.
I was about to say that. That sounds like a female version of Quetzalcoatl.
Exactly and shit, bro. Like, but most people only heard of Quetzalcoatl, because it's a patriarchal society, it's a patriarchal world that had took over at a point in time and just like dismantled all of the female deities and only the male deities was being referenced. You go back far enough in history, you'll see that shit all throughout like the Nakata period in ancient in Egypt. They called, before Kemet, bro, motherfucker, before the first pharaoh was on record, the so-called Normer or Namer or Normer, the same one who people try to say was Nimrod and shit like that. Say people be taking that Bible shit too far and shit, but Normer, before he even became the first pharaoh in Egypt and shit, it was like a matriarch fucking society in Egypt, bro, where it was nothing but motherfucking female deities being worshipped and shit, bro. What not one male deity was worshipped, bro. All females and shit. Look it up, called the Nakata period in Egypt. It's before they call it the pharaonic period. Before then, it was nothing but female deities and shit, bro. All across motherfucking Europe and shit. What's her name? Maya. Maya was the known deity and shit across Europe before Zeus, before any of these motherfucking male deities and shit, bro. For real. It came a point in time when like the patriarchy started devouring shit, bro. It started like when men started only like wanting the male deities to be referenced, bro. They did away with all the female deities. Like in the Bible and in the Quran, they tell you that the goddesses of heavens is wicked. They tell you about Ishtar, which was one of the female goddesses in Babylon. They tell you about like we know Isis in Egypt, Hathor and all. They tell you all their asses is wicked and shit, to stay away from them. Yeah, only worship the men. That's why the biblical God is known as a he. That's why they call him the father and shit. It's a patriarchal society, a patriarchy reign, a patriarchy rule that took over. And it started in Kemet. It started in Kemet, in Egypt. That's where your first government setup came from, in Egypt, in Kemet. Your first so-called library, your first so-called school system and all that shit. Yeah, a lot of that shit came from Kemet. For real. You look into your studies, you'll see all that shit started in Kemet. That's why I be asking people and shit all the time and shit, bro. Especially a lot of our Aboriginal brothers that be saying and shit that all that African shit over there was a wasteland and it wasn't this and it wasn't that. I'm like, man, you getting ready to do away with a lot of that motherfucking history over there and shit that was wrote. And I'm not saying to be biased, but it's a lot of motherfucking history that was going on before the patriarchal history that people was attached to. Like, that's why we hear a lot about the kings and shit like that. In our history and shit, you don't hear nothing about the queens. You don't hear nothing about them. It ain't too much on that. All you hear about is when some king was in action punishing some shit. For real. And it was motherfucking women, man. For real, bro. I ain't being biased. I'm putting the truth out there from what I've researched and shit. For real, bro. Like, it was a matriarchal fucking, or if it wasn't matriarchal, it was matrilineal and shit, to where it was just equal deities and shit. The man and the woman was being referenced on a high level and shit. And they were equal. The yin and the yang, they were equal. It was an equal balance and shit. Just because it was a matriarchal society don't mean it took away from the males. It just means that they reverenced the motherfucking female deity and shit, because they looked at the woman as the portal of life. They looked at the woman as the one to how life got here and shit. And that was the reason that they put her on a pedestal like that. The animals do that. It's in nature and shit. You know what I'm saying? But it came a time where this patriarchy rule had kicked in and shit, and it started devouring shit. Even when it came to the worship and shit, they even did away with all the female deities and shit. In certain textbooks now and shit, write the female deities as if they was wicked and shit like that back in the day and shit, bro. The oldest motherfucking carving that you can find of any type of god is of a woman. The oldest one. The oldest one of any type of so-called holy stone or carving with some type of deity or God on it, it's a woman, bro. For real. That's why I be challenging motherfuckers like shit, like Quitzy McCodle. She's known as she's the one who's credited for motherfucking the essence of the maize or the maize, whatever the hell they call that shit, the agricultural practices of growing the corn and shit. They gave that reference to Quincy McCodle and shit in the Maya in the Maya culture. They was referencing Quincy, but you don't even hear brothers today and shit even dropping jewels on Quincy McCodle or Anate. I think Anate and shit. The Taino in the Arawak motherfucking female goddess. You don't even hear about them and shit, bro. All you hear about is these male deities. For real. This is history and shit. That's the real history and shit. That's why I said people be biased. Motherfuckers be taught certain shit and they regurgitate the shit that they've been taught. They don't never motherfucking analyze the whole thing and shit. It's a whole lot of the lack of critical thinking going on and critical analyzing the whole fucking scene and shit, for real, bro. It's a lot of shit that's missing that motherfuckers don't be wanting to really add on to the puzzle. They don't be wanting to accept it all. It makes people cherry pick and shit like that, bro. By holding on to certain teachings and shit. When just search it all out yourself. Look for it yourself. You can find out a whole lot of shit. You can see a whole lot of shit different and shit, for real. Like they told us about Kemet right away and shit. We know Kemet. This is what the mainstream media teaching shit. Mainstream, and I'm talking about black scholars. All of the Henry Clarks and the in the Anthony Browders, you know what I'm saying? The Joseph Ben Buchanan's, Ivan Sertimer's, even was the one who wrote the first Americans. What the hell is his name and shit? Amutep, David Amutep, all of them, all of their Africana studies start in Egypt, in ancient Kemet, with Norma, with the first pharaoh. When you can go into the history and see that it was plenty motherfucking cultures thriving and shit before Norma. But they don't talk about that. They only talk about what was taught to them. For real.
Yeah, they call it the pre-dynastic era.
Yep, there it is, the pre-dynastic era.
And we have to make an assertion based on this revelation, right? And I would assert that some niggas went renegade with the gay shit and got jealous of female divinity and wanted to usher in these homosexual practices and thus dispelling, the female deities. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, that shit sound dead on and shit, bro. That shit sound dead on and shit. Cause I know a lot of the pharaohs and shit, man. Yeah, shout out to Sanchez. Sanchez was going in on that shit at one point in time and shit. He was and shit, man, pointing out the fact and shit that a lot of them pharaohs and shit was, in today's time, like we don't know how it was back then, but really though, in today's time, you come out looking like a pharaoh, you look like you're homosexual. You pharaohs was wearing eyeliner, wearing long lashes and shit. That shit was crazy and shit, man. For real. Like even today and shit, the costume, the number one selling costume for the homosexual men and shit is the pharaoh.
Yeah, man, you gotta look at it logically, because even today you'll see that adversity. You'll see that adversity between those LGBs and actual real women. You know what I'm saying? They have that strife. It's strife that still exists there.
That still exists to this day. That shit real though. That shit though. I always did want to actually know and shit. Like I said, you find out certain shit, but you could see things and shit, but you'll never really know why and shit because you just wasn't there and shit at the time and shit. But it definitely was a time and shit though, to where the women, you could basically say and shit that the damn women was the rulers of the earth. Not saying and shit that they were, on top of the men, but they were being referenced as the creators of life and shit, basically. And the people cherished that back in the day, and it's crazy too and shit. Like I said, the Bible has a patriarchal God. No matter what people say, that's what the book reads. The book reads he's a he. The book reads that even in the Hebrew, his name, Yah or Yahweh, whatever they call it, the tetragrammaton, that YHWH is in a masculine form. And also all throughout the Bible and shit, like I said, you read about the kings, where the queens at? Because they're not being referenced. All of these kings had wives, they had queens, but they were looked at as more so as just possessions and shit. She belonged to me and shit. That's just one of my wives, or that's my first wife, and stuff like that. But never looked at as the queen, as someone equal to the man. Was always underneath the man or beneath the man and shit. It had to be submissive to the man, subject to the man. You know what I'm saying? That's why even the women were to be sold as property in marriage. They came with a price. This is all patriarchal, but people can't see it and shit because they haven't delved that far back into history. For real. It's all patriarchal. You know what's crazy about it, dog? Because anybody can research this shit. I want to say it was before the 1970s and shit, bro. I think it was before the 70s. Dog breeding and shit. Damn near all animal breeding and shit, but mainly dog breeding and shit all throughout the United States and shit. All the male puppies used to be given away for free and shit, but the female puppies and shit, they came with a price tag, just like the women. Man, people haven't been into their history enough. I'm trying to tell you, for real, it's real and shit. I can really get into niggas with this Bible shit, man, because I done studied this shit out. I really have delved into that shit that fucking deep and shit. I don't be wanting to go there and shit. That shit ruffle people's feathers and shit. You talk certain things and shit, it destroy their whole fucking life.
Right, because they always get to result. They always get to, result back to their own interpretation. And this is where they have the advantage. When a universal book has the ability to conform to your interpretation, then we're not talking about a supreme being anymore. We're talking about a bunch of individuals who just basically get to say what the fuck it means to them. You know what I'm saying? What happened to God's word? Now, when somebody bag you in a corner, oh, it's not God's word. I think he meant it like this. No, you don't get to say what God meant. If God put it in his book like that, this is how we gonna take it, or we just gonna get rid of this motherfucking book. You write your own goddamn book. You know what I'm saying? Put your name on it. Stop saying it was God, but you get to interpret it. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro.
Hey, look. There's a lot of Christians used to tell me that shit back in the day and shit when I used to be battling their asses and shit right in front of their churches. It was this one church used to be 2 blocks from my mother's house and shit, bro. I used to be motherfucker out there and shit, bro. Set up shop right on their corner and shit. Couldn't wait for their people to come out there and walk past and shit, get them the business and shit. One day the deacon came out there and said, he said, man, can I talk to you, young brother? I said, yeah, what's happening? He talks to like a straight up Israelite. What's good? He like, man, why are you doing this, man? I said, doing what? I said, I'm doing what y'all supposed to be doing. He's like, no, this ain't the word of Christ. He's offended like shit. I said, yeah, because y'all ain't teaching the word of Christ. You up here teaching Christianity and all that shit. So you get, anyway, we get to going into it and shit. And I'm showing him in the book and shit where my stance is and shit. he agreeing with me and everything and shit. And at the end of it all, shit, he said, well, brother, I just don't believe that my God will allow such. I said, what you mean, your God? See, now you done turn this shit into your God. Exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
And they always do that shit. My God.
Exactly, bro. I'm talking about, bro, I thought he was everybody God. We started this conversation. He was just God. He was just God. We all got to submit to his will. This is his word, and whatever he says, it means that now, after the end of the discussion, well, see, now my God, now I don't know about your God, nigga, but my God ain't going for that. I'm like, man, cut it out.
Hey, Smooth, I had a brother tell me one day and shit, another incident and shit, the brother, we was having a conversation on the pork, on the swine. I was telling him, like that's abomination. It says it right there. We ain't got to go. This in the book of Leviticus. You should know that. You in the church. You mean to tell me you don't know this? I'm like, come on, brother. Come on, brother. We talking about God, man. God created everything. I said, yeah, you're right. Okay, right. And it also says right here, he told you what was clean and what was unclean, not to eat. Come on, God. You think now you mean to tell me that the very God that I believe in will create something that can harm me? I said, it's telling you right here. Nah, brother. I just don't think that my God would do something. I said, it's telling you right here. It's a whole chapter of what's clean and what's unclean to eat. Nah, brother. My God wouldn't make anything that would harm me, brother. I pray over everything, bro. That's how much faith I have, brother. I don't know what God you're serving, brother, but not my God. But we in the same book, though.
You know what I would have did? I would have gave that nigga a plate of nails and said, nigga, pray over these. What you talking about?
I used to get it. That was the main thing, though. We always got into them Christians and shit, though, bro. For them not keeping up with the law and disobeying and like just ignoring the law and shit. It's like, man, how the hell are you planning on getting to heaven if you're not doing the law? Faith without the works is dead. You got the faith for where your works. And we used to battle their ass to death and shit, bro. Every week, every Sunday on time, we would battle them to death and shit. Catch them and shit, get ready to group up and go to Denny's and shit and have little lunches and shit. Make their day miserable and shit, bro. That shit was crazy as hell and shit. Don't let no Muslim come past and shit. We would war with their ass too and shit. Since when did motherfucking Arabia become the promised land? Nah, the promised land is in Jerusalem. Since when did he command y'all to start praying to the west? No, everybody prayed to the east, man. So much strife with that shit and contention and shit, bro. It's and the shit's the same arguments is still going on to this day. The same arguments over those same statements is still going on to this day. And like OG say, God hasn't came and intervened on his behalf at all. Everybody that believes in the God is doing all of the defending, and it's been going on forever. He hasn't showed up yet. He hasn't made the non-believers into believers yet.
Hey, Greedy, real quick. We had somebody on the panel last night. He wanted to give God more time. I'm like, shit, what you want to give him 5 more years to produce something to come help the people? Like they still holding on to a hope.
It's funny and
that,
shit.
This shit gonna change, and it ain't gonna change unless we do something about it. God ain't gonna never intervene. You got it, brother.
See, that's the thing though, too, OG. Like, it make it because in their eyes, we're people like us or people who question the book, anything and shit. You don't believe you got any type of questions about that book, or you try to get someone to think about what they believe in. They will look at you as if you're, how I want to say this, not that you're evil, but basically like you're without faith. You're unlearned. You or the Lord haven't quite rested his spirit on you yet. He haven't touched you yet. Shit like that. And they'll say stuff like that, bro. That lets you know that what they believe in, it have became very real to them. And that is how powerful that book is, bro. It's powerful. That's what I said. These same arguments is going to go on. Going to go on. They're going to continue going on and shit until it's really like completely out of the minds of the people. That's why I said I'm with you 1,000% on burning them motherfuckers, getting rid of them joints and shit, man. Because if not, as long as it's around, people is going to believe in it, and people going to question it. And these same arguments and mental discourses is going to continue to go on. But the thing is this, though, OG. If we don't do what we do and just speak on how, on what we see in the book or what we found out or what we come to know, if we didn't and shit, then that would be a problem also. You know what I'm saying? See, we just let the shit be and shit, then the problem goes on. If we don't say nothing, just like, man, let them motherfuckers believe in their Christ. Let them believe in their Allah and shit. Let them believe in their whatever and shit. We don't say anything and shit. It's a problem.
If we do that, we can't expect no unity ever.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? See the dilemma we in and shit. Like if we don't say anything and shit, just let them be. Then there'll never be any unity. They'll go on to continue to live blind lives and shit, and continue to teach the future generations to do the same. And if that's
and
a problem,
agree with the government.
All that. It'll be an ongoing problem and shit that no one addresses and shit. And then when we do address the problem, it becomes a problem also. That's the type of situations we in and shit as a people and shit. Like that shit has really fucked us up. They done fucked us up as a people and shit. That's why I be telling y'all and shit. I really don't see. Not in my lifetime, I know that for sure and shit, but I don't be seeing no coming back from this shit for real. Sometimes I really don't. I be feeling like I'm ready to lose hope and shit. But like, I don't be seeing no coming back from this shit sometimes. And say this shit done got so it's going so deep and shit that people are doing what we just seen now. People they are actually taking that concept of the God that they learned and they turn it into something else. It grows and transforms into something else in their mind.
Greedy. It's transforming to the end of the world is coming in their minds.
It's crucial and shit, man. It turned into something different and shit. It ain't the same God that's in the book no more. They got the same principles and they use certain aspects of the book, but in its entirety and the totality, it ain't the same one and shit. It's something else and shit. It's more so in them now, or it's everything now, or it's in the woman now. And, it's every other thing and shit, but it's exactly how it's wrote out to be and shit. It then transformed into something else and shit. They just can't get the concept away.
Right. It had to transform in order for them to keep it, because niggas been busting it out for so long, right? And there's been some stand-up guys, men and women, who've been busting it out for so long that they can't go with those same narratives. It has to morph in order for them to be able to still believe in it, right? It can't stay as it were, and then they can accept it as it were, because as it were is not a complete. It's just not a complete narrative. Like, you can't push it because it's not practical. Right. No reality can be garnished out of it as it is. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta change in order for you to be able to make any sense out of it. And even when it changed, you still can't make sense out of it because you ain't changed the words in it yet. It still say the same thing it always said, but now you just saying it don't say that. But nigga, it's still saying that though. I'm looking at the words. The words ain't changed, but only the interpretations have. Come on, bro.
Man. I said that journey, I don't know what. It's a hard one.
Some stupid shit like You got to interpret it in its original language, Greek or some shit, Latin,
But
to get the
see,
true meaning.
right? But if that's the case, then God should have never inspired nobody to translate it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you still got to result back to the original language, then why was it even translated in the first place? So you can't win that argument. You can't win that argument either.
Hmm. Wow. Boy, that book something. Mm.
But it ain't just the Bible. It's everything that branched off of it too. Everything that branched off the Bible is convoluted. The Quran, nigga, the Constitution, the UCC, the American jurisprudence, all that shit based off biblical narratives. That's why I be telling niggas, man, niggas be telling me, the birth certificate, the social security. I mean, they fuck this shit. That shit don't mean nothing. Them pieces of paper, bro. They just pieces of paper. You ain't gotta lie. You do not have to line yourself up with a contract that you don't know nothing about.
Mm. Wow. Now, that job is crazy as shit, bro. I'll be at a loss of words with this shit, bro. Sometimes.
And greedy, like I always say, my brother. This pandemic basically gave us the blueprint of how they indoctrinated our people, just like the Bible. They forced that Bible on our people, and basically our people took it as real life situations. And the same thing with this pandemic. When this pandemic hit and they started talking about it on the TV and in the church, you know, our elders basically told their kids, y'all need to line up and take that jab because we believe, this shit is out here. The same way they push the Bible. Our seniors push the Bible on us as kids. The same way they pushing this jab on us as adults and kids.
Mm.
No different. This
Now,
pandemic exposed the church. It exposed all of that shit.
you know what I trip off of? Because I know there's a lot of people who say, man, I actually had it. I had it, man. I was sick. I couldn't breathe. Nigga, they ain't do nothing but they ain't did nothing but up the doses of fluoride in your water and up the chemtrails and up the pesticides in your food, nigga. You gotta think practical around here. These folks been doing it all the time, bro. Like, man, you niggas got to unlearn this bad behavior, bro. Like, y'all really be tripping, man. Like, y'all niggas ain't seeing what's going on yet. Following these news stories and mass media reports, these half stories, and man, I'll be like, man, y'all niggas is, and then y'all say y'all woke. Nigga, if you woke, get your ass out the bed and start doing something.
Exactly. Help some fucking body. Like I said, I don't know, brothers. That book has did a lot of damage to our people. And they just, like us always say, they just don't want to connect the dots. Remember we used to play kids and play connect the dots, how we learn how to draw? Same fucking thing, man. Life is that simple. Connecting the fucking dots. Y'all got it.
Damn. I do know how it is and shit though. Like I really know and shit. Like I know some brothers that I used to study with and shit. Like I know them. They gonna be Israelites for life. Like, I know they ain't gonna ever get it. I look at them somehow just like the Christians and shit. Like they got it in them. They believe it to be true. They ain't gonna ever give it up and shit. My thing is this and shit. Like it, when you accept the book for what it says, outside of how people today try to interpretate it to different things, or they give you some other type of breakdown of it, whether it's metaphysical or numerological or anything. They give, it'd be something different than what it's saying. You know what I'm saying? If you read it for what it's saying and shit, and you are a believer, then your ideal view of the world is supposed to be like in mass disarray and confusion. Everybody's supposed to be wicked. The devil was tempting everybody. Don't let them get the best of you. How they say, the devil always on the job. He never take a day off. And it's supposed to remain this way. You're supposed to just pray that the Lord, just sustains your life through it all. Even though you see all of the misery around you, you see the death, you see the drugs, you see the trafficking of people, you see it all. You see it all around you, and you're supposed to just pray that he's going to sustain you and keep you through it all until that day that he that no one knows. The day says, he said, even Christ himself told the people, not even I know the day, what I'm saying, to where he's going to come and fix everything. The way the Bible read, it tell you that people ain't even gonna be shedding tears no more. Like it ain't even gonna be no reason to cry anymore. You see what I'm saying? Like, and you're supposed to remain in this condition and just pray. Now, keep in mind, you're supposed to go ahead and have children. You know what I'm saying? Without the assurance of that they're gonna grow up and live beautiful lives and stuff like that. But go ahead, have your children. You know what I'm saying? Live your life. Go ahead and continue to bring life and into captivity. You see what I'm saying? Continue to populate this earth, as your people, as my servants, as the believers in me. You know what I'm saying? It's in all this misery and shit, and just pray. Just pray, and I'm gonna be with you. You see what I'm saying? Just pray and shit until that day and shit, and don't nobody know that day. So how many generations that done went past of people believing and looking at the world that way, with them not feeling like they can do anything to fix what's going on around them. We can't do a damn thing. It is out of our hand. It got something to do with the heavens and shit. All this is on God's time. All of this is prophecies that must be fulfilled. So why would you try to jump in the way and try to correct something that God is supposed to be correcting? So we're just waiting. I'm telling you, this is why the Israelites are so aggressive in their teachings, right? The white man, the devil and shit, and they weak and weak, they ain't shit and all this, but won't go up and defeat these people, won't gather their army and shit, as the book tell them to do and shit. When the children of Israel, when they went to war, they gathered all of the men, there was a certain age bracket of above and shit, and they gathered up and they seeked the land out of wherever the hell they was going to go war. They went and wrecked war. And they knew that the God that they believed in was going to be with them. They knew that. Why these Israelites ain't doing that shit today? Why they ain't doing it today?
Niggas scared in the motherfucker shit.
Because they waiting and shit. Them niggas is waiting. They waiting on their savior. They waiting on Christ to return. They waiting for him to set the war off and shit. For real. The revolution is going to come through Christ. Let's say what's the difference in them and Christianity? They're still waiting and shit. They sitting complacent, just watching all the shit and just argue with the government. Yeah, you motherfucker, you ain't gonna keep doing this shit to our people and shit. Shit is unrighteous and shit. And all that shit, and just continue to pray and shit and wait for that day. That's what they want your mind to be. Just wait. Don't do a damn thing and shit. Continue to live like this and shit. We got you. We're going to run this shit until the times of the Gentile be fulfilled, just like the book says and shit. This is a prophecy according to most people's minds. The Gentiles is in rule and the devil is their king. You see what I'm saying? And until this time is up, the real king is going to come back, which is Jesus Christ, and the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords is going to sit on the throne, and he's going to rule this earth forever. That's what's in their mind. Damn near 60, 70 to 80% of our people, that is what's in their minds.
Yeah, niggas is definitely waiting on Jesus. That's for sure. That's a fact. I'm talking about niggas who say they woke, niggas who say they spiritual, niggas who, I'm just saying, it ain't even just niggas who practice religion. You know, it ain't just them. It's other motherfuckers out here. Niggas in gangs and some more shit. Niggas all in jail waiting on Jesus.
Waiting.
Very inactive. I'm talking about very inactive. Just waiting on the law. Nigga ain't trying to trouble the waters at all. I lay it right there.
Hey, Smoke, niggas on the waiting list. How most of our people be down at the social service building. Niggas on the waiting list like. Oh, I remember we was in the hood and shit. When I used to be around this world when I was young and shit. The young girls be trying to get on Section 8 and shit. They used to be talking and shit. Yeah, girl, I done been on the motherfucking wait list for like motherfucking 2 years now and shit. I had to go and renew my shit like that. I was on that waiting list like a motherfucker, in that waiting room like a motherfucker and shit, waiting on their king, waiting on their Messiah, their savior and shit, who their salvation is gonna come through for real. Like that, like it's real. It's sad. It's fucked up and shit though, for real. It's funny to me and shit. It really is and shit. Like you got. That's why I said my main thing and shit is that these are grown folks, man. These grown folk, man. People got children. Some of these people have reached the level of they are grandparents now and shit, and they still sitting complacent. May got the power. May got the the mind frame, or may got the type of thinking ability and shit to put shit in motion and shit and help the people and shit. But they never thinking and shit. It never comes to mind, and and it's simply because they it's not in their power to do so. They have convinced themselves and shit that it's out of their hands and shit. Like ain't no need to and shit. This prophecy must be fulfilled and shit. Everything gonna be right when Christ come back and shit. You got people right now, elders right now, at this very moment, and minute, and second, right now, on their deathbeds up in motherfucking retirement homes and shit like that, with that goddamn cross in their hand. Right now. For real. That's how serious this shit is. That's what I say. Yeah, our people, this shit has fucked us up. For real. It really has. Right now. Than live a full life, some short lives and shit on their deathbeds right now. In any given moment and shit, just praying, any given moment shit, that they just get to see Christ, get to see him return. Right now.
Yeah, there had to be some very deeply ingrained fear for you to hold on to that from the cradle to the grave with absolutely no evidence to substantiate the claim. I'm talking about no evidence, none at all. I'm talking about the only evidence you have is that shared reality with non-believers and believers, and like, bro, you basing your whole religious philosophy on a shared reality, which is to say that your God is not exclusive to you for your belief, because you can enjoy these same benefits without it. So what's the point? I mean, I'm talking about my grandmama and them, man. I'm talking about all my folks, all my elders was deeply ingrained with the biblical narrative. Like, I'm talking about to the point like, damn, was I actually related to these people? You know what I'm saying? Like, man, how did they get so ingrained with this? Especially after I read the Bible. That motherfucker made less and less sense the more I read it. I'm like, no, I got to put this down. This shit taking me somewhere I don't want to go. I'll land right there.
Man, hell yeah, bro. I remember like certain elders and shit back in the day and shit, bro. You talk the way we talk to them and shit, they will put you out their house. You won't even be allowed in their house. They'll be telling their grandkids, tell their children shit, don't you bring him back over here. Don't you bring him back over my motherfucking house. Talking that
That's
shit.
a fact.
Bro.
That's a fact because they believe. Look, they believe that you'll curse their household.
Yeah.
Talking reckless like that. You'll curse my household. My shit gonna get struck by lightning with your dumb ass there.
When doing my Israelite time and shit, spoke my man Black. I remember this shit, man. He was so amazed and shit when I came home from jail and shit that I was talking the way I did and shit. Man, one of my closest homeboys, he was amazed. Like, he's like, bro, I would have fucking never imagined this shit that you would be talking like this and shit. But anyway and shit though, bro, he used to come around a lot and shit, and when I be on the corners and shit at the gas stations and shit, talking that shit to the people in the streets and shit, man. And he was so intrigued and shit. He wanted me to talk to his moms and shit. And he said, my moms and shit, man, she keep trying to drag my ass down that fucking hall and shit. She was a Jehovah's Witness and shit. Oh, he set it up one day and shit. I went over there to talk to her and shit. We in her house and shit. I always knew his mom. She knew me and shit when we was growing up. We played football and shit. She ain't seen me in a long time and shit, but when I was talking to her, so I was showing her certain things. She was disagreeing like a motherfucker. She said, yeah, I see that. But I don't agree. I'm just like, damn, it's in the Bible though. And she ended up putting me out the house and shit, and then Black told me and shit later on and shit. Hey, D, man, mom's told me don't even bring you over the house no more. She said, you got demons on you and shit, and she don't want them demons in her house. It's like you said, Smoke. Some of them elders and shit, man, that shit was so ingrained in them, bro. You would think that I mean, when I was an Israelite, what really did straighten me up though,
hey, drop the link, Brian.
Was the fear. It's a fear, because I was looking at the world when I came home from jail and shit of me. Now that I know what I know of God now and shit, that he would punish me even more if I chose to go out here and sin and shit. If I transgress, like if I get out of jail and go out here and start selling crack again. If I go out here and choose to rob a motherfucker again and all that type of shit. If I get out here and start motherfucker trying to trick my dollars in and fuck with these fucking whores and any motherfucking thing and shit, just any type of, it was a fear and shit that he was going to curse me. He was going to curse one of my motherfucking children. Something's going to happen to my motherfucking daughter or something like that. It's a fear. It really is. It's a taught fear. That's why they say that the church straighten people out and shit. It straightens people's lives. It changes people's lives and shit. The church don't change people's lives and shit. It's they personal. It's what the church done taught people and said the church then banished, them brandished in people's fucking minds and shit. This hell shit and God gonna curse them and all that types of shit. It's a fear. It's not a happy fucking belief and shit. It's a damn fear, a fear belief. You do right and shit because you fear that the Lord is gonna. You believe in the Lord and He's real. You believe that He burnt Sodom and Gomorrah up. You know what I'm saying? You believe that He killed all of these people and shit. You believe that He killed all of these newborns and stuff like that. So of course you if you believe in all that, then of course you will believe that He will kill your damn child. You will believe all types of shit. And yeah, you will fear his ass all your damn life and shit. And that's exactly what they put in our air. That's why I tell y'all this shit is a cancer. It's a cancer and shit. They teach that shit to the children and shit. And you know what it is. It's a regular scheduled fucking programming. And it's built on fear.
Yeah, it's like you said when you first got on the panel, right? You was like, not all books, we ain't, what I'm saying, nigga ain't against all the written word, right? We just against these convoluted ass stories that have a nigga all displaced, waiting on something that's never gonna occur. And like you said, it's basically all based on fear.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like I say, if it's a nonfiction book, shit, let us know. If it's a fiction book, let us the fuck
Let
know.
us know.
So
Yeah,
we
be
can
real with the
distinguish
shit.
the truth between, reality between some made up shit.
Yeah, keep the shit 100.
Right, just like I was trying to tell the brother that was up here a while ago, Mr. Wiggly. He was like, man, I don't really care about all the Bible, man. I just like this Matthew, so and so, whatever passage he was referring to. I was like, but bro, this, you can't take Matthew and say disregard. The Bible come with the Bible. You don't get
Right.
to pick and choose. No, you got to get rid of the whole thing, or you got to keep the whole thing.
Right. Hell yeah, bro. Shit crucial.
I think Brian's done digress, but he'll get up in a minute. Brian's Mental Ninja trying to get on the panel, brother.
Mental Ninja, don't you come up with all that cabal, ass shit. We don't fuck with that either.
Bro. I know I'm high as a mother. I've been smoking on this sour and shit until this shit run out of shit, bro. I'm smoking on this motherfucking sour. This shit bang, bro. Bang, that's some bomb shit out right now. Dang. I'm getting ready to tap out in the field. Shit. I'm good though. I ain't got to get up early. Good. I might be about to get on the road too, OG and shit. I might got a motherfucking hookup and shit, man. Folks I know and shit, man. He already got the motherfucking business. He got a little trucking business going on and shit, man. He told me he about to implement this little, basically he about to have a little section and shit, some local shit, where it's like within like 2 to 3 states. He told me if I take the job and shit, I'll be driving and shit. I think he said a 24-inch truck. He said it's non-CDL. I don't even have to have a CDL. He said it's non-CDL. I think he said
you gotta have the F endorsement.
I don't know. He just told, from what I was saying, he just told me I just needed a valid driver's license. He said it'd be equivalent to like the biggest U-Haul truck you can get. He said,
okay. No, you don't even need the F endorsement for that.
Yeah, he said it's I think he said it's a 24-inch, if I ain't mistaken, 24 or 26-inch truck. But he said it's the size right before it got to be like registered under like commercial drivers or some shit like that. But yeah, I might have a gig though. I might have a little nice little job and shit of driving some freight and shit. He told me
Hopefully
from Maryland to Pittsburgh. He said from Maryland to Pittsburgh. He said he about to open up. He about to get a contract. I told him, let me know. Because, I drive all day. I be driving all day. He said, so, man, you like driving? I said, man, I don't really like it, but I'll do it. You know what I'm saying? I drive. If it's going to pay me, I'm going to drive. What you talking about? He was talking about, man, shit. Might get to getting you up to like motherfucker 4,000 to 5,000 a week. I was like, man, that's like doing what? He's like, man, driving. I said, doing what though? He said, well, driving them trucks. He said, non-CDL, all you need is a valid driver's license and shit. He said, man, I'm waiting on this contract to come through, man. I'm going to call you. I said, man, call me. Call me.
Damn right.
You're fucking right and shit. I could definitely use that and shit. Get me out of a whole bunch of financial bullshit problems I be in right now. Definitely can use that shit. Keep my mouth shut. Job, keep my mouth shut. Baby mom ain't got to know a damn thing. Take care of the kids as usual and shit. Ain't got to know a damn thing. You gotta get me a motherfucking house. The kids come live with me. Woo, shit. But hell yeah, though, if I get that motherfucking gig doing shit, I'm gonna be on the road like a motherfucking shit, bro. Motherfucker ride that motherfucking freight like shit. He said, he said, ain't even gotta touch the shit, neither. He said, none of my workers, we don't touch shit and shit. We just drop it there, pull up to the dock, they come get the shit off the truck. We pull the fuck out. You damn right. You motherfucker right. Mental Ninja, what's good, bro?
What's good with y'all niggas?
What's up with you?
Shit, chilling, man.
Yo.
Yeah, Jesus is waiting in the parking lot to whoop your motherfucking ass, Greedy. So you got it coming to you.
Tell that nigga I'm coming out there strapped. He better be right.
It don't
Coming out
matter.
there
You can
strapped.
shoot a nigga. It ain't gonna phase him. The nigga's invisible, bro.
That nigga better be strapped.
You can't defeat a nigga who doesn't exist. He gonna whoop your ass, nigga.
That's what I've been trying to say all night, Mental Ninja.
You know what? I honestly, like, out of all the Jesuses, I would pray to white Jesus. You know, if I so I get this certain job, or whatever, and I'll pray to black Jesus for my food stamp card to hit at 12 o'clock. And those, you know, they would always come through most of the time.
Oh shit.
So what you think? Street smarts or book smarts? That's the open question for the panel tonight.
I mean, I'm not like here to set the standard for other people's behaviors and shit, but like, you know, it might be wise, you know, to understand the streets when you in the streets, understand the books when you in a book, understand the mountain when you in the mountain. It's about like that awareness, really. You know, like when I took the IQ test, I scored like super fucking high, like 161 and shit in college in 2012, right? And I kind of felt like, damn, this shit is biased because I remember the questions they was asking and on the diagrams, on the geometry. It's like basically is the IQ test is based on my knowledge of the world where I live. You know what I'm saying? So a person for a IQ test in the jungle, based on jungle IQ shit, they would hit high scores. Same with the hood. You know, I was put that shit biased. So like street smarts or book smart, it really don't really matter and shit. It's like, are you smart, nigga? You know what I'm saying? Can you adjust and change during the environment that you in to survive? You feel me?
OG was kind of saying the same thing too and shit. Like the books and shit really help you out in the corporate world and shit. In the world where the books is needed.
I mean, like the books, like they can be a help, but it's like, what kind of book are we talking about? We talking about pop-up books, scratch and sniff books, Sports Illustrated magazines. You know,
You
we
talk
talking
about
about
degrees and certificates.
yeah. So that's not about books. That's just about
Degrees.
fucking repeating fucking information. That's about parroting, really. Can you parrot the curriculum? We have a curriculum set for.
It's all depending on what you learn in them universities, which is out of those books. Depending on
you know,
the curriculum.
In certain classes, yeah. But most classes, right? That's not by like, you know, a straight curriculum like some math and shit. You know what I'm saying? Or English. You know, well, even English can do it, but like history, right? Where there's a certain linear narrative you have to fulfill. You know what I'm saying? And if you go outside that linear narrative, you better make that shit good. Most classes in the collegiate atmosphere, 40 or 50%, maybe even 60% of the grade is going to come from this research proposal where you can test, you know, how savvy you are on proposing a certain idea or whatever. But this is the fucked up thing that you're gonna have to cite your sources. So now you're back to the books. You have to include things that's recognized as valid, sound, cogent. You know what I'm saying? And it kind of puts like a really short lifespan on that idea. Now, when you get into physics, niggas be making shit up damn near in physics. They can make that shit sound good with the math.
Hey, Mental Ninja, real quick. Just like law, would they bring up old law cases?
Yeah, that shit. I mean, look, that's like where the law kind of fucking beats its own self up, where you can use law against itself. But then you can bring up old law cases, and if the other person is smart enough to find out, they can bring a counterclaim law. You know what I'm saying? That shoots your claim down and shit, or challenges your claim for your standing as far as the letter of the law and shit. So it's a dog eat dog world and that shit. But I remember somebody saying yesterday, I think it was, they said like you don't get to like really get you don't get to really like start to have your own opportunity to learn shit until you get to college. That's kind of true because you have the Department of EDU, the Department of Education. They have set curriculums, bro. You know, you have to adhere to that shit. This is what the government or the state says is the standard for passing certain grades and shit. You know, so you can get to that collegiate level, but then now you got to pay.
Yeah, I say all that shit a club. You got your corporate clubs, you got your street clubs. So you know, life can exist on either side. It just all depends on which side you choose. And me, I'm sticking to the street. I don't need anything corporate. You know, I don't need nothing corporate. Like I'm not really chasing the rat. I'm not in the rat race. You know, I'm not in that competitive type of lifestyle. But the street has its own competitions too. You know, it has its hierarchies, and I don't even usually participate in those either. I land right there.
Yeah, I feel you. You know, I look at the street like, you know, like the corporate aspect. There's like a corporatized aspect of thought and behavior in the street where you know somebody's doing something that seems strange and shit. It's not the normal behavior, the normalcy, right? But this is probably the thing you need either one. You need to be able to predict what people will do on the street. You need to predict what people will do, what your buddies will do, what your adversaries will do, what your friends will do, what your whoever. In the corporate world, you need to be able to predict what they're gonna do. That's how you gonna stay ahead. You stay one foot ahead of them because you study them. No matter where you at, you study the people.
Yeah, that's why I say I don't even engage because I don't have the fortitude to be trying to predict the behavior that's based on corporate structure when I'm already accustomed to the street mentality. I can maneuver here.
But consider that the street mentality was molded by corporate ideas. There's a song by Rage Against the Machine.
I think corporate was molded from street behavior because the streets existed first.
Yeah, that's how they study the street behavior. They say, okay, this is what they do. If you look at when this certain situation happens, they react in a certain way. So let's use that. We need that because we can predict that behavior. What about this behavior? What about that behavior? That's exactly how the prison system was built on the backs of the blacks. Predictable behavior and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now in the street, like so Gucci's and Prada's and Michael Jordan shoes, and even like when I was younger, bro, like I was like a backpacker. Linoleum, fucking backpack, fucking Adidas shell toes and shit. You know what I'm saying? But I got that from the media, from the magazines, from the hip hop industry that was controlled by the corporate media on what to disseminate. So there was a heavy aspect of where I was getting my ideas from. However, as a backpacker, we're kind of like in a way anti everything mainstream. You know what I'm saying? So there's kind of a back door for that. But at the same time, the corporate strategy, the corporation is built off predicting the movements of the people. Street, burbs, in between, homeless, doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? So you do kind of want to know what people are going to be doing. That's why ain't nobody wearing masks. Nobody's wearing masks. Everybody's cool, like nothing happened and shit. That was predicted. Put it on, take it off. Put it on, take it off. They're just gonna fucking do what the fucking media says. A couple of us will bitch, but everybody else will do it.
Well, I think a lot of people was compelled to wear the mask because they weren't allowed in certain establishments without the mask. So, you know, I didn't advocate for the mask. I never got tested or none of that. But I still had to have a mask because I wanted to go in the stores and shit. That's the only reason I wore it.
That shit
I didn't have no job that I had to be to. Well, I didn't have to go to court or to the hospital or nothing like that. It was just participating in these public establishments because you want to purchase certain products or whatever.
Yeah, but like that shit kind of built up. It wasn't like boom, we just woke up one morning and they're like everybody. It wasn't like that. It was like subliminal thing here. It was kind of like, you know how a female is when she about to fucking, she about to get mad, start doing her little thing. She has this one little thing she does, like, oh shit, here it comes. She has the next movement, and she's like, oh, now she's trying to get my attention. The next movement, uh-oh, here it comes. And then boom, why didn't you do the dishes or some crazy shit? You already seen it when she walked in. You felt that energy. And the way they did it was they announced it first. Then they started using this word like essential and non-essential. Protection, these trigger words, these fear-mongering trigger words. Shout out to Bronze. You know what I'm saying? Slowly but surely more people that that are entertained and watch this information. And I'm gonna say they're not smart people. They're not smart at all. You know, and boom, California starts doing it. And we hear California doing it. Then we hear New York doing it. Then we hear some other city doing it. And then finally your city's doing it, your state's doing it. And you hear, oh, well, Florida's not doing it and they're making it worse. Then you hear other countries. So they kind of made it show like that this was happening. And when it happened to us, we're like, well, we already knew about it. But then you have like people like me, like, nigga, if I felt like wearing a mask, I wore one. If I didn't, because I was being an asshole, I didn't give a fuck that day, then that was going to be too.
Well, you know, any discussion about books is going to always lead to the ultimate books of books. And that's where we ended up finding ourselves because that's where most of the contention lies.
You know, the way I look at it, right, I heard Tony Robbins say, and I was like, that shit, actually, I like what he said. He says, when I read a book, when I'm reading Napoleon Hill, I'm not just reading his book, I'm having a conversation with him. Yeah, of course, we know that they're not asking, going out, there's no exchange and stuff, but basically, you're picking the thoughts of whoever wrote that book. Now, that's when you go, what kind of book are you reading? What genre and shit? What are you trying to get out of it and stuff? Some people love fantasy books. They like to drift off in their mind off another person's ideas from their mind and shit, paint these far out wonderful adventures and shit. Some people like self-help books because they think that they're going to get that secret to unlock their lives and shit. You know what I'm saying? Some people like science fiction. Everybody has a thing for something. My favorite kind of books are books on philosophy, books on different styles of thought, because I like to look at, okay, how was this person in the 1500s? How was this smart guy thinking? And I'm not saying I'm reading it because I'm trying to become a believer. I just want to hear what he has to say. And of course, I can't talk to him. So I have his books and I'll check them out. Some shit is good, some shit ain't. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. But when it comes to reading a book that you're not allowed to question, then it becomes less, you know what I'm saying? It becomes less, to me, in my opinion, it becomes less interesting when you're compelled to just go by the narrative or whatever the book is saying. You can't really challenge the information. And then when you find yourself challenging the information because of what it actually says, those who believe and were taught not to question and don't question, then they always get the result back to their own interpretation.
Yeah, but like, I think of it like this, right? If this book, and I'm sure we're talking about the Bible or any holy book that is revered by the people who deem it holy, if that book cannot be questioned, then it wouldn't be questioned. The people who believe in their hearts and their minds that it can't be questioned because they don't want to question, because they have a certain fear inside them that if they do, they won't get their fucking cake at the end with their child. And it's based on selfishness why they won't question it. Selfishness and fear. And we're talking about not the parasympathetic nervous system, which is like fight or flight, but once you question it, that part of their body gets activated. They become highly agitated. Their eyes dilate, all the blood rushes to their prefrontal cortex, and they become in a highly emotional state, yelling, spit flying, you know what I'm saying? Not able to look you in your eye. You know, the idea of questioning something, even like, so look, I agree. I don't believe that any book is unquestionable, period. I don't give a fuck what book it is, how dope it is. You can always ask a question, right? But is the ability to ask questions, is that unquestionable? And I was like, well, hold up, bro. Now we're into some shit. If it works for this one, it should work for that one too. You know, so rather than me looking to see people change their perception, change their thought based on my knowledge, fuck them. Let them live their lives and shit. If they think it works, then it works. If I don't, I'm good.
I wonder how many schools of thought are based off the religious uh scriptures. I mean,
Shit.
it's just I mean, you can estimate or whatever, but I would say it's more than we suspect.
It's all of them. They're all based in the religious idea is the most permeated idea amongst mankind. And when you have like, so Filio G, he's not an exact person who believes in nihilism, but nihilism is basically I don't believe in shit. But it goes even deeper than that. Like I don't believe I don't believe that I have purpose. It goes like to really kind of fucked up ass, really sad way of thinking and shit. But the idea of nihilism by Nietzsche, that idea was spawned by the fucking stranglehold of the church, how people acted. The idea of Confucianism was also spawned by a certain religious belief, and it becomes a belief, which is crazy as fuck. Nihilism, the nihilists, became a religious movement, a philosophical religious movement. The Illuminati, the same way. As a matter of fact, the book of Thelema, Crowley wrote that shit because he fucking despised Christianity, like to no end. So he wanted to fucking troll the fuck out of it for his whole life and even create a secret society that basically trolls the fuck out of Christianity. So, so most things, even Dr. Seuss books, are derived out of these kind of ideas. But like I'll say this, man, the religious groups, they don't have all the answers. They may have a couple good ideas, but they don't have all the answers, and that's why they don't work. They work for the people who get money and control over them, but they don't really work for the people.
Yeah, and this is what puzzles me, because how we could easily make this assertion based off the historical record and present day activities. We could easily make this assertion based off that as an evidence, yet we can't get a believer, we can't convince a believer to even apply the evidence or the historical record. And that puzzles me for some reason. It's like, I can't I don't know. If the Bible say you're not breathing air, then you're not breathing air when you're obviously breathing air. To me, it puzzles me. That's all.
Yeah, when people have like, oh, if it's not in the Bible, it doesn't exist. I'm like, well, Steph Curry doesn't exist. I'll say silly shit like that. And they'll be like, well, you know what I mean? I'm like, no, I don't know what you mean. I said exactly what you mean back to you, like the way it sounded. And like the idea of like, and this is where the conflict comes in, is because we're dealing with people who believe a certain narrative that, they thought about it. They seen all the environment that it sounded good, it looked good, so therefore it must be good. All the fucking basic fallacies are used to get a believer to believe something, and then they run into like smoke signal or mental ninja or failure beast mode or something, and we're like the thorn in their fucking side. We ask this question, and it challenges all their beliefs. So this is how the belief works. In order for it to even become even more real, you have to ward off any threats, any attacks. So it actually strengthens their belief. And that's the weird thing about it. It strengthens their ignorance and their naivety, right? And naivety. And then what we look to do is have them believe us the way that they believe the other thing without any due process of information gathering. For me, bro, look, I started seeing shit that just didn't make sense when I really thought about it in the Bible. I was raised Christian. I'm a recovering Catholic, recovering Baptist, recovering Muslim, recovering alcoholic. You know what I'm saying? And there's like a lot of shit in the Bible. Like, this shit doesn't make fucking sense. Period. I don't care how I try to run it, And I asked my mom, she'll fucking laugh at me or make a joke because obviously she don't know what to think about it. So she just dismisses it. And I found myself going further and further and further away from the faith until like eventually I said one of these things to one of my church pastors in church, and it was this: is Jesus black or Jesus white? And you know what they did? They fucking laughed at me. And they said, he doesn't have a color. And I was like, well, who the fuck is that? I didn't curse though. And of course, the sanctions started coming after that, the bad looks, the murmuring and the gnashing of teeth, and they just didn't fuck with me no more. So, you feel me?
Yeah, I get that, because they you put them in a pickle because they can't say that a universal entity would limit itself to being a certain ethnical background, right? Because he's universal, he applies to everyone. But then you can't say he actually came in the flesh without having an identifying marker, because his mother and his father would be from an ethnicity, right? So you can't have it both ways. And I understand the trap box of that question, as it would concern those who you were questioning.
Another thing too, right? I think one of the biggest things was when I first heard, there was two songs. The first one was Nature of the Threat by Razcast. And I was like, what the fuck? So I was always excelled in history. Always. Straight A student, always excelled in history. I loved history. I loved pyramids and Atlantis and ancient buildings and all kind of stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? So the historical aspects of and the more mystical aspects of the Bible yeah, this is cool. It's like, Santa Claus type shit. It's like fantasy, like Willow. I love Willow. That's a cool ass movie, right? And I remember I listened to Nature Threat, and I was like, I learned too much information within a 7-minute song. And the information actually supported the information I was learning in school up to that time until my sophomore year. And then there's another song called Interview with the Vampire by Razcast. And he breaks down the idea of God and the devil, and it's fucking insane. And so if it wasn't for like hip hop artists like that and the Wu-Tang Clan, I probably would have stayed heavily locked into, into an indoctrinated mindset.
All right, well, let me ask you something else, because I know you don't really identify with the Aboriginal information, but how do you feel about the term black?
I mean, look, to be honest, like I tell people in AA meetings, I'll be like, yeah, I'm black. Oh, so is my hat and my pants. And I guess I'm the same color as that. I'm like, I'm an African American. Yeah, I've never met a fucking African in my family. They'll laugh. They'll see the oxymoronic wisdom in it, me tearing down labels and stuff. I don't like the word black in that sense. But there's another way I look at it, where it's like, I understand why I do like it, because it shows that I am different than the European or the Caucasian man. And the idea of the Aboriginal, I support that shit, bro. But not in the way that everybody's doing, like this new nation thing, and then like trying to tear me down. Like, nigga, if we was in public, I want to fucking fire their ass and be put in prison back again and shit. I'm from California. I'm a native. I'm Aboriginal. I know my roots of my family from here and China and Haiti. There is no African. We don't know if any Africans yet. In the DNA test, it shows a big thing of African. On my dad's side, it almost said all the people from Haiti are like direct Africans. And I'm like, this doesn't even make sense. You know what I'm saying? So like, I support the Aboriginal idea, but not to a point where, I dismiss the natives, and not to a point where I'm about to dress like motherfuckers say, oh, the Native Americans, they're not real. Well, you got niggas wearing fucking feather hats, naming themselves Chief this, Wooly this, Wolf this, and they're copying the motherfuckers that they say are fake. So how do you know you're even doing what you're doing is right? You know what I'm saying? So that's my own personal beliefs on it. I'm kind of against corporate thought structures.
Right. I kind of get where you're going a little bit, and yeah, it's the belief, because even with the Aboriginal paradigm, it's still based on a belief. It's a belief structure within it. It's subtle. It's not as apparent as something as vast as Christianity, or but it's still a belief. It's a subtle belief structure that exists within, especially how convoluted the historical account has become. I just land right there.
Yeah, and you know what? It was Philly who had said something, and I went to look up and like to cross, because it kind of made me think. Said something about the you still believe that out of Africa that Pan African slave ships, and I was like, well, yeah, and I was like, well, damn, what evidence do I have to support that? I really couldn't think of anything in my memory banks that supported that shit, other than like I just kind of believe that shit from school. And I went and looked up How many slave ships were ever found? And there was like fucking one, like 3 years ago. And I was like, well, what? Hold the fuck up. 12 million people. There should be hella fucking forensic evidence, historical evidence. They got fucking 7,000-year-old fucking Viking ships. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, well, damn, this is something crazy. And I kind of looked at it with the flat earth approach, like, okay, well, let's say if this aboriginal thing is true, let's throw out everything I've ever been taught and start new and start looking at their claims and stuff. And I found that a lot of their claims matched historical narrative from my own immediate family through conversations. And I was like, damn, what if we had always been here? And I'll be telling my girl, when we work, I'm like, man, these motherfucking crackers don't. This my motherfucker. This is our land. We are from here. They're not. You know what I'm saying? So I just really don't see any. And this is the other thought is that at one time the brown and the black or the melanated we were everywhere, tropic and a little subtropic, not northern. You know what I'm saying? And like the Northern Europeans, Britain, they learned all their shit. They learned their God ideas. They learned all their building, their masonry ideas from the melanated man of the Asiatic Peninsula and North America and North Africa and shit. But I also believe that there was a unity, there was communication between all the melanated people in the world. Like we were one fucking giant civilization.
We can readily admit that there was some cultural similarities between all the melanated nations or civilizations or what have you. Yeah, we can readily admit that. But I still challenge the narrative of the Native Americans. I do not believe because I don't have any available knowledge to support my belief. I just don't believe that they always existed here alongside the melanated ones. I believe they come from their. I believe they come from their own divisions, right? They come from their own divisions. They may have been here for a while, which I seriously doubt. I don't give them thousands of years like the European does. I think he does that to keep the Negro displaced. I don't have any available evidence to support that stance either, but it makes more sense once you start diving into the information. And I'm really not a deep diver. I just kind of balance and weigh information as it comes. I land right there.
Yeah, like I spend not a lot of time, but a significant amount of my time due to my mother, you know what I'm saying, in Nevada with Native American people and shit out here. And I've listened to their stories and shit. And, you know, I go to Sweat Lodge maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks, you know what I'm saying? And that's just like some fucking like, it's hella old. And then out here in Nevada in Sloan Canyon, we have all the petroglyphs, like 10,000s of them, thousands and thousands and thousands of them and shit. It's like telling some kind of weird ass fucking story that you can't understand and shit, you know. And the people of these things they use the brown paint or however the fuck they did it. Really, I don't even know how. Nobody really knows how they were able to make these petroglyphs. You know, what I'm saying, that last for 10,000 years or whatever. You know, they do show people that look ebony. They also show people that look like the native, the Mexican, the brown man. You know, and from the stories I hear, especially from the Paiute, my Paiute friends and stuff out here, they got a pretty deep historical narrative reference points. You know what I'm saying? Going back like about 7 to 8 generations and shit. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, I do see a likeness between the Mexican and the Asian and the Peloponnesian and the Islander. I also see a stream likeness to the Black and the Hindu. And it's almost like if you look at it, it's like a color wheel, like a color spectrum of shifting shades. And you get in a certain area, you have a certain shade. And you get in a certain area, you have a certain shade. But there's even phenotypical traits of the almond eyes and the short stature of the Mexican, of the native Mexican and shit to the Asian, you know. But then on the east side, on the east of the of Brazil, look, on the east side of the continent, you have taller people, Black people. On the west side, you have Asian looking motherfuckers and shit. And with North America, on the east, you have a lot of darker skinned people. When you move out towards west, they get more red, more Hinduish looking and shit. You know, and I always kind of felt in my heart that there was people from the what I would call the West and you know, Hindu and all. They were coming here from the Pacific, and we were going back and forth from the Atlantic. But I can't say who was here first. I think that we've always been around on all the planes except for the north.
We have a reference point. It is all predicated upon Blanqueamiento. If you investigate Blanqueamiento, I believe it'll give you some solid information. I have yet to investigate it because I personally don't give a fuck outside of my belief, because it seems to me to make more sense that niggas was here first. See, I say niggas because that's an exclusive group. Once you get to saying melanated, you include other motherfuckers who can also make that assertion. You know what I'm saying? But when you say nigga, that's an exclusive group because only a nigga is going to identify as such. No one else is. They're not even allowed to. They won't allow themselves to, and niggas won't allow them to. So that's a double-edged sword as far as identifying market. That's why I go with that. I know people say it's a vulgar term. You shouldn't use that. They gave you that name or whatever, so and so, but nothing else is so mutually exclusive as that term. I land right there.
Yeah, another thing too that's always kind of like, things you can't question, because like the Aboriginal thing is dope, but I don't like anything I can't question. Because as soon as motherfuckers say like and act as if I can't question, the first thing I'm gonna start doing is questioning shit. I'm gonna start looking harder and shit like, what the fuck is this? We back to is a new Christianity? You know what I'm saying? New indoctrination and stuff. I do the same thing in the OTO with the Lima. Same shit. That's how I am and shit. You know what I'm saying? But like when I hear individuals, and I'll say for myself included, when we say, "Oh, it was us," like, no, nigga, it was not niggas like me and not niggas like Smoking. These are different people. They lived differently. They thought different. They believed different. Maybe there was some kind of change, some kind of indoctrination, whatever. But I cannot definitively say, other than I look like them, and I may have even descended from them. I cannot be like I am them because I don't live like them. I can't reproduce fucking mound building. I can't. I go to the Sloan Canyons to be mystified. Like, how do they fucking do this shit? What does this shit mean? If I was so them, then I should understand that shit, which I feel like I do somehow. And to put in better perspective, everybody from Chicago did not play with the fucking Bulls. We won a chance. No, nigga. Michael Jordan and the other niggas on that team and the staff won the motherfucking championship. We watched them do it. So. And I've seen this TikTok thing, this white lady saying white people have no culture. We have communism and capitalism. We think everything should be bought or paid for and shit. And she said some other shit like, and we do DNA tests just so we can prove that we're not like black people. And a lot of people who have, through the DNA test to try to be part of this white movement of being classified as white, have forsaken their actual true non-white heritage to be included and classified as white. And through that, she said that whites don't even know how to talk to each other about the history. And I was like, you know what? I see that. They might know all about the Nordic shit and everything, but like for us, it's like in us somehow. It still exists in the way we act. We don't create pyramids and mound buildings and shit, but nigga, who made hip hop? Who created the crossover? Every time you see a melanated person, which we call black or a nigga, inside of any fucking corporate structure, we change things. White people capitalize off of change. You feel me?
So if creativity is the culture, and that's what I would always assert to a nigga, your culture is basically creativity, because culture comes from cultivating, and it makes sense. So I always go with that. And yeah, we still possess that trait. So that's why I always say it makes sense that niggas was here first, because who's more creative, and who evidently who shows more creativity between the demographics, and that can only be asserted by one particular demographic. And I'm not saying every nigga is creative, but when you go back into the historical record and you see who's responsible for most of the innovative ideas, whether or not they were stolen or displaced or not given credit to the actual individuals. The evidence is still overwhelmingly attributed to the nigga. I land right there.
Yeah, and you know another thing too, bro, like especially with the historical narrative of the slave trade and how I was pointing out, like if you look at the islands, you go down to like the Bahamas, and all throughout like El Salvador, Brazil, or all that whole East, you're finding lots of dark skin, like black motherfucking niggas. You know what I'm saying? That speak Portuguese and Brazilians that dialect the Portuguese and Spanish hybrid and stuff. And on the East Atlantic front, they were darker skinned. You know what I'm saying? And I kind of always felt like when the colonizers came here, there was a specific reason why that we were made to pick cotton, because we already knew about it. It was already naturally cultivated, something we did. They didn't have to teach us that shit. You know what I'm saying? And while they were doing that, and they're bringing more and more and more, and they did have superior weaponry, or they had superior trick of a trade. You know what I'm saying? Because from Columbus's own logs, and I have to go back and read it again, but I've seen, TikTok videos talking about how he thought that people were peaceful and nice and very well built and of dark and ebon color, this and that, which kind of confused them. They thought they actually went to Africa. They actually thought they were in North Africa for a moment, you know what I'm saying, in the Caribbean. And he said they would make perfect service because they don't kill, they don't do this. They were like in what we call brotherly love, harmony and shit. And I believe that it kind of seems that there was like a neighborhood type situation where you have majority of the darker skinned natives of this continent were on one side, and you had the more lighter skin going down into the it was like shaded, you know what I'm saying? And the people from the Caribbean, they weren't brought there from Africa. They were fucking already there, but they were bred and cut off from their own sciences, and their parents killed and shit, and they were sold and dispersed, and they were educated that they were from another place. That's how you want to cut off the chain of command. You want to cut off the ability to communicate and recognize simple things, the culture. You got to cut them right off the culture. And that's what the conquistadors did. They came here and they destroyed the culture. They destroyed the religious belief system. And that's how they were able to conquer the people, the Aztecs, the Incas, and whoever else they ran into.
Yeah, it gets rather deep. It gets rather deep. It's not a simple story. It's not cut and dry. It takes some digging. But hell, as you know, it seems that the deeper we dig, the darker it gets. And that's turning out to be a certified fact these days too. But I'm gonna land right there, man. I'm finna go on, lay it down. Y'all have a good one. All right, Philly. I know. All right, Philly. I know you're gonna be streaming tomorrow. I'll catch you.
Hey, all right, before you go, bro. Hey, before you go, I want to say something. I don't know if you've heard about the Grand Canyon and the Temple of Isis and all this shit. These Egyptian temples and fucking Buddhist fucking statues and Egyptian statues and African looking statues. And the same thing in Inca or in Peru. They found the same type of thing underground. These great caches of gold, of ebony style gold making and statues and stuff and religious worship. They're like, oh, well, these guys like the Egyptians. And one thing is there could be a whole Egyptian civilization, Egyptian style civilization that's here. They just got all that land. They don't let nobody go there. They make them natural historical sites and protect them because it's the thing about the culture. They don't want you to get back to the culture. So they're heavily guarded, the secrets of who we are and shit. And they want us to think when we do find out about it, oh, well, these people came from Egypt. Egyptians came over here to enforce the out of Africa thing, when it could just be like when people say this is the real Egypt, that shit could be very fucking well true because we have limited information to go on.
Right, and that's a design. Of course, they're gonna keep the information limited because it's all predicated upon who gets to control the asset. And if we're always in a position where it is being fed that we need to be, guided by someone's hand, right? We don't have the we don't have a mental capacity to really govern ourselves, or we're from a distant land and we have no right or title, a right for a title possession, then of course they're going to limit the information that would assert that all of this is false. So yeah, they'll keep that to themselves.
Hey,
You
and
know what I'm saying?
out of
We'll
all the
yeah,
people of the
right.
out of all the
Yeah,
people in the
we'll
entire world,
eventually
bro.
right, we'll eventually have to muscle up to really be able to exercise those unalienable rights that's supposed to be guaranteed by the Constitution. That fake
It's
motherfucker
that's
that niggas
inherent, right?
believe
But
in. Right. So
hey, check
much.
it out. Out of all the people in the entire world, bro, there's only one class of people that really don't have the understanding and any real absolute knowledge of where they come from, who they are. That's us, the American,
Right.
African, the black. That's us. Out of every Chinese, everybody, out of
Right.
everybody, bro. And
Everybody. Because
that's the biggest clue, bro. Why is there
right,
such a
even
focus?
right, because even amongst ourselves, we would disagree as to who the fuck we actually are. Even I'm talking about you can be sitting at the Thanksgiving table and you will have an African in there. You will have a African American in there. You will have an Indian in there. You'll have an I'm talking about this all came out the same grandma. I'm like, man, what's really going on?
Yeah, bro. And to me, it shows that you always have those stories of, they don't want the king, the prince to find out that he's really the king. He's the real heir to the throne. So you got the fucking uncle. It's always the evil uncle. It's always the brother of the real king that's always throwing this crazy shit. It was Set, who was the brother of Osiris, that had Osiris killed, and his son came to avenge his death. I really believe that the Black American community, the population of America, of North America, we are that Heru, that Ra, a collective. And I do believe that. I don't know when it's going to happen, but we're going to find out. And I think that when that happens, it's the day that they're preparing for. We are their enemies, bro. We are a public enemy about as much enforcement to keeping us segregated, to keep us at a certain way of living. It's showing that there's something they don't want us to know, and they're afraid
Right,
because
right. That's good. Yeah,
their
all
whole shit
the
crashes.
right. Because when you start collecting the receipts, is something that we really haven't been concentrating on, is collecting those receipts. Once we start doing that and start piecing the puzzle together, it'll all start making more sense. And then it'll start clicking between the various divisions that wait a minute. Now we got this receipt, we got that receipt, and we add up this, and then we add up the behavior and the structure that we currently find ourselves on, and we see that we've been under the bottom, we've been kept on the bottom and redlining and Jim Crow, and it's all gonna add up. It's gonna click. Just one, like you said, just one day, everything gonna click, and that's like you say. That's probably why they trying to keep us so divided, because they know when it click, they really ain't gonna be
It's
able to
going,
do nothing
bro.
about it.
It's going to be fucking war. That's what's going to be. It's not going to be no, we're going to use your fucking system that's been doing this to get verification or validation. No, that's not what's going to be. And if you one thing, other thing too, statistic wise, our national statistics, as far as what is given by the Census Bureau, it could be falsified. We don't really know. It's always stayed at about 14%. Fucking everybody else, there's just been jumping, dipping. We've stayed historically for the past like 150 years at around 14, 13, 12, 14, 13, 12, 15% of the population. And one thing about when you're dealing with ritual magic and shit like that, like real fucking spiritual science, is that we are the relic. You want to keep a relic of the original, of the aboriginal source of whatever kingdom, whatever temple. You want to preserve that because it's the key to your power. To that holy essence and shit. You know what I'm saying? And I believe that they don't get rid of us, because if they do, somehow their shit's not going to work the way it's supposed to. They gotta keep us around because like we are connected, directly connected, not just to this land, but to the earth itself. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. That's why they just don't get rid of us, because if they have this tremendous amount of power, and we already see that they have taken control over the land and its resources, what need have they to even have us hanging around? So it has to be a reason why they do, and that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I'm gonna get out of here, man. It was a good one. I catch y'all tomorrow. I know somebody will open the stream or something.
Nah, them niggas done crashed out. Hey, Beezy.
No, I'm saying tomorrow. I know somebody will open the stream tomorrow.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
All right, I'm out of here.
All right, bro, be easy.